Oops.
Spaghetti.
That suggestion spells a
Oops, yes, I
doozy.
may
eh?
have caused
Bookery
the
messaged me, and
apocalypse.
he-
My bad.
Oh, wait. See, look, my camera's definitely, like, delaying when my audio's coming out. Look at me. Look at me. I'm
True.
saying things, but
Yeah.
I'm doing your thing now,
Yeah,
man.
it's off.
It's the voice processing, but I'm just going to ignore it. I'm going to try to.
I think I might know what's doing this. Let me go to my setting.
Consider his
Let me see what I
motherboard could be bending this time.
Could be bent.
Right, considering your
Oh, hey.
Oh, perhaps
a
mic
dragonfly.
exclusive mode would help.
No, that is the thing I was about to say to turn off.
That is the thing to turn off. It looks like it's working better
advanced
now.
audio settings. If you
Are you
turn
sure?
off,
It
eliminate
looks like it's
popping-
working way
it seems
better
like it's
now.
doing way better.
Oh, never mind. I guess it's doing better. The mic exclusive mode is what will it'll cause the delay in when you speak and where you hear yourself. The hear
Oh,
myself bit,
yeah,
if you
that's
add,
I
if
don't
you
use
add
that
mic
because my thing has
exclusive.
a built-in thing I found out for that.
Mm.
And it sounds
Okay,
like
well, if you
one-to-one.
use
It's
mic
perfect.
exclusive mode and have
Yeah.
hear myself turned on. There's a small delay. It's very, very small, but it's enough to fuck you up. Okay, never mind. I guess fixes your stuff. Cool.
Sick.
Do you want to hand over control of Marana to me real fast?
That's true. Take all our loot.
I think I still have control of Marana.
Oh,
Killer.
Opal is enjoying a solo game of putt-putt.
yes.
I'm waiting for y'all.
Yes.
While we are waiting, do you guys want to see Lola's first birthday?
Oh, sure.
Yes.
It was so cute.
She 1 or 2.
Also,
One.
holy
My
shit.
first birthday,
First birthday.
2 years
First.
old.
Hey, man, look.
We've
a
been
lot of
in this
Asian
game
countries.
Your math
For
ain't
so
math,
long.
Master.
You started one.
In a lot of Asian countries, you are born as one. I don't know. Some people do it different.
They're not fucking North
I am late
Korean.
for a lot of things.
That's
Mhm.
true. I look at fire, and that's pretty much what I imagine when I think of an Asian woman.
Super Korean. Mega
Look.
Korean.
It's just,
What are
Just for
Canadians but just the Koreans
just,
of North
just the
America?
Korea of North America, exactly. The North Korea, if you ask me. Or the
The
South
North
Korea, the fun
America.
one.
Because of like socialist program.
Because of fees that my Canadian friends have to pay to give me real money. Kay has to do this too. It's awful.
Oh,
International transaction fees. Sucks.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
why it's North Korea. It's a very silly reason to say it is, but it is.
I
Wait,
would
no,
be
you don't see the new map yet, Aster.
very on board with like this.
No, no. He saw it when he was loading into the games
Forge.
you're in.
Oh.
It's
The
on
server.
the yeah, it's on the main. It's on that thing now.
Wait, what
I
the
see.
fuck? When did Walter die?
Oh,
What?
he died. Yeah, he
Yeah,
was
remember,
hung.
it was kind of one of those things when Aresta was over in town. She
Oh.
hasn't mentioned it to the group yet, I don't think.
She's
but
terrified to mention it to him. Just like you don't want to know what happened.
Wait, there's
'Cause,
a
like-
Walter in this game?
Yeah.
there was a Walter in this game.
There
he
was a
was a
Walter in
cowboy.
the other game too.
There was.
Well,
Ooh,
hey,
Cool. You look at him.
savagery,
He's
why?
cool.
Oh, this one's
do you
way
have any
cooler.
idea? There are 2 Alexes in this call right now,
That's crazy.
and I know 5 Matts.
That's too many.
Yeah,
It
but
is-
there's
You
a
gotta
Walter
choose
in
one
this
to
campaign
eliminate.
and a Walter in the other campaign, and one of them's a PC.
It's true.
And I
Oh.
feel like Alex and Matt are way more common names than Walter.
Okay,
Yeah.
Walter's
Depends
not
on the
that
age.
uncommon of a name.
It's not. It's uncommon enough.
Depends
it
on the
to be
age. I don't
strange.
know.
That's true. But with also, I made this character like a year and a
this
half
cowboy
ago, so
take
it's like a
himself
year
too
and a half
seriously?
between.
Yes.
Maybe.
Is he
Absolutely.
semi-immune to the suggestion spell?
No, not that we
Okay,
know.
then
of.
it's not the same guy.
We never tested it.
One way to find out.
Let's go
Well,
resurrect
he's
him
a
so we can
corpse.
cast spells on him.
Yeah, but how long
we
has he
have
been a corpse?
clerics.
Oh, at least a month.
Oof. Big oof.
All right,
Well,
well, I've got
I
better
would-
spells. I'll get them.
Oh, if everyone's in game,
Mario.
Yeah.
yes.
That's my husband. Did it.
Well, Chris Pratt. He's
I
a better,
would've
better
thought
Mario
that.
than Chris Pratt.
True. But who's a better Garfield besides goddamn
Remember the
I'm
name?
blanking on my
Not my face.
Ghostbusters boy. My,
Bill Murray.
There you
Oh,
go.
Bill Murray. He hated
Yeah.
that so much.
Yeah, but it was the best Garfield interpretation we've ever gotten.
He thought that it was a completely different movie when he signed up for it.
Well, while we're here, just to kind of get things rolling a little bit, because Opal obviously go a little early, so I want to make sure we get as much Opal time as we can. Check out some new stuff. One, the new landing screen. Wow, customized, personalized for your
Oh, it has all of our little
parties,
characters. Cute.
things,
Oh, that's
and
cute.
maps, and etc. It's very, very fun. Very, very
All right,
neat.
what's this bitch got prepared? Let's go.
And then
Cold iron staff. Okay.
Yep, I did give those to people.
Well, don't really worry about any of her spells unless they're buffing and they're far away.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
second.
Immune to,
Oh, what happened here? Oh, it all broke.
got a lot of
Why'd
innate
it all
spells.
break? How'd you get over there, Mello? Oh, don't go over there. It broke. Oh, I think I could fix it actually.
Wait, what
Oh.
broke?
This other one, because every time I change it, it tries to go back to the default thing,
Oh.
and I kind of wish it didn't
This
do
is
that.
very-
You just want it on landing screen
There we
proper.
go. Yeah, player screen 2.0. Wow, wow. Just a little
Hey,
more stylized version of what we had on the old player screen.
nice.
Graveyard.
Yes, with a graveyard that seemingly
Oh, okay.
lost its text.
What they said?
Or did.
That's
fuck
what
up
I'm
for me.
saying.
Now, also, Oog, can you give permission to upload things so we can do tokens?
I thought you had permission.
I don't.
Oh, this is
Jeez.
way cooler.
Mhm.
This is super cool. I love
Yeah.
this.
Dungeon Alchemist lets you do it now because you can put
Oh,
custom
really?
images in Dungeon Alchemist. It's very neat.
Yeah. I remember trying to upload like pictures of NPCs because the villain that they were fighting against, he's definitely the kind of guy to get murals of himself hung around.
Yes.
Just like me.
Yeah, the custom painting are like cool. I've actually thought a lot about how much you could use Dungeon Alchemist almost as like the in-game screenshot feature to like take vignettes that you could like take out and put out into the game, like Foundry, for example, just like this, in for like real scenes and stuff. But
Yeah.
it's a really cool program. I got a lot of flexibility actually, but with
See, not that many
these-
people have died.
That's true. Well, these aren't all the people that have died. These are just like the people that were in this NPC section, which are like the most relevant NPCs of the time.
Mhm.
So there might be more people that have died, but for most important people, like really important people that we remember, it's only like a handful.
And to think everyone wanted Trodor in that category.
That's true.
Couldn't be
That's
true.
He'd be in the graveyard right now.
Could never.
But
happen.
anyways, let's get into tonight's session.
Did you do the
uh,
permissions?
No,
Fix
I
it.
do have to do that. Hang on. User management.
Speaking of, any more news from the guy, Aster? Fuck.
Hmm.
True. There we go.
Another 2 months after the it'll be done tomorrow. 2 months later.
I'm actually kind of curious which will get to us first. Like, will the campaign
The
end
end of
first,
the
or will
fucking
that get here
campaign,
first?
or the art for the characters from a fucking
knows?
year ago.
Who knows?
What a douche.
It's true. At least he's made progress.
Well,
but
you
yeah,
know,
it feels like he only made.
too little, which is our problem.
Yeah, which is our fault. I feel like he only asked when Aster like prods really hard, but like once I learned that Aster sent him like hundreds of messages, I'm like, oh, yeah. Never mind.
Yeah. No, I've
It's been a
sent-
lot of prodding. This guy's like just works once he gets prodded at enough. It takes like it's like an accumulation of prodding, which is crazy. He always seems to have a new excuse too, but
A douche.
not a good way to retain customers. That's for sure. Not solid at all.
Good way to retain cash.
Yeah, but he can
Yeah.
say that his customer retention is very for their time is very long. Right? He works with customers for years.
He works them for years on end. That's true.
Right,
That's how you
so
get it.
You know, he says that his average customer relationship time is quite long.
I will be honest. I actually did forget that this was the thing. I've been so busy.
Oh, fair.
just trying to get used to a new schedule, and I'm finally like in.
Oh, that's right. You have a new job.
Yeah, new job, and I'm still taking care of my grandpa. So it's like I got 2 spread out days that I get off, and
Yeah.
they tried to get me for Wednesday night again. And I'm like, no,
Bastards.
I cannot do it.
That's sacrilege. You're here for religious purposes. Tell them that.
Fuck, I'm
hang
more
on.
dedicated to this than any religion I grew up with.
Hell yeah. That's what I want to hear.
Hell
I
yeah,
am
brother.
a cult. Finally. We've done it. We've done it. We've achieved culthood status.
Oh, is that what the Green Mother?
Okay.
I think I remember seeing her actually one time.
We did when I was like, oh, by the way, there's Green Mother art on the Pathfinder wiki. You want to see it? And everyone was like, yes. And it's very scandalous.
Yeah, but Opal's the only one who's actually seen the Green Mother.
That's
Yes.
wildly
Also-
incorrect.
Also,
but
that
yes.
is untrue because
The only one in game that has seen the Green Mother.
Also, still
Has she
wildly
seen
incorrect.
it?
The only one who has seen the Green Mother during the course of the game.
Has she seen
Vaguely incorrect.
it?
Wait, did you see on one of the days I wasn't here?
No, I've literally interacted with her across several lifetimes.
Right, I know, but not as a player during this campaign.
Gotcha.
No. Just in
Yes.
memories.
I'm the only one.
But we learned about the
We'll get there.
memories in game, and so we had to kind of flash back to them where it happened. So
Nope, no, we did not. Nope.
Oh, got a question. Does anybody know what gas is made when you combine lime remover and bleach? Because I'm pretty sure I breathed a lot of
Yeah,
that in today.
that's called mustard gas.
Okay, it's not the chlorine gas.
It's
feel
not
like
the one that
that's-
kills you
yeah.
instantly. Otherwise, you'd be dead.
No, it's just. Wait, is this bleach and harpic? Like lime scale remover?
It's
Yeah.
ammonia, I
Yeah,
think.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't
I
actually know
think
what
it's giving you, like severe
remover
infection.
is. I'm
I'd
assuming
look
it's
it up, but I'll
ammonia.
get put on a list.
Well, I had to do a lot of work. It was interesting.
Makes some
Did
chemicals.
Work
Dangerous.
require you to do this dangerous mixing?
No,
Sue
I
them.
just I was having to remove a fuckload of lime and rust from some metal, and I added bleach, and then I realized that my throat was burning. I'm like, oh, I've
Yeah, no,
created a
literally,
poisonous
like,
gas.
The one thing you should never do for any reason is mix like lime away and bleach.
Yep. I was
It
like,
will
oh,
fuck
I've made
you
some
up.
kind of poisonous gas. It's a good
You
thing the vents
have-
are on.
It is like crazy skin infections, and like if you got it in your nose and mouth, wild infections from that too.
Mm.
Oh no.
Like it's
So,
not
okay,
good.
That's
so
awful.
that will make chlorine gas.
Okay, I
If
made
you
chlorine
use
gas.
Ammonia,
Sick.
you get mustard gas. Either
Yeah.
way, very, very bad. Don't ever do
Yes.
those things ever.
I dumped
I think
it
mustard
very
is the one that
quickly.
kills you.
I dumped it
chlorine's not the
quickly,
one that kills you,
and
it's
then
definitely
I was just like, sick, just lime remover.
Room, yeah. It's
If
real
your
bad.
work has those chemicals within like reach of each other, they should be
Yeah,
providing
it's a big violation.
PPE.
Sue them.
and-
Get that
yeah.
bag.
There's
I-
only
I-
so much storage that we got.
Yeah, well,
I
they
just
shouldn't
feel
have
like
you
that's
working at it
negligent if it's like
dangerously.
not policy.
Which I
to
mean, I
keep
know
it
you work for
together.
family things, it's not going to happen. But like if anyone
Oh,
else worked
fair.
there,
If
yeah,
you
they
g-
can just
yeah.
immediately sue for damages.
Oh, I mean, this isn't family. These are
Oh, good. Then you can sue.
Then
You're
you
the
can
one
sue
that can
for
sue for damages.
And like you will win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really bad.
if what you're
Pay for
saying
your
is
medical
true, I
expenses.
know you're trying to be nice, but they don't care. So don't be nice. Report this, because if they can't afford to store things correctly, they can't afford this business.
They can't afford to keep people safely working.
Don't
for
laugh.
them.
That's literally true.
not
Not
worth.
good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's unfortunately true.
I mean,
Yeah,
in
and
this
and
case,
they
Take
will
care of
laugh
yourself, for
all the way to
sure.
the bank if you do not make a point to protect yourself and other people who work in
True.
those conditions.
yeah, I mean, they were concerned immediately. I was like, hey, did I do something stupid just now? And they're like, yes.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, they shouldn't be next to each
They
other.
also should have like
Yeah. Like if they have
trained you to
chemicals
like
that-
like you should like it should have been something like, hey, when you first day
If
there,
you're
like, hey,
using
there's
lime
this
cleaner
and there's this,
or
and they're right
bleach,
next to each other. Don't move them
Not
together.
do that.
prevention.
There's a lot of things
and
they should have done.
precaution.
OSHA's gonna be pissed about this. If they find out.
Yeah.
I'm writing a letter right now. OSHA will know about this. I don't know where you are.
When you have,
Someone
like,
in
new
Washington's
people
doing
on
something sus.
site,
Or Oregon, rather.
Oregon.
Sorry.
we should assume that they don't know anything. That's the point of training.
Yep.
I'm not new. I have years of experience in cooking. It's just I did something stupid. And
But
it's a small.
hold on. The only way you can do something stupid with chemicals is if they are improperly labeled And
Or
generally,
stored.
properly labeled chemicals tell you what things you should not do with them.
That's true.
And they shouldn't be in the same room.
Well,
True.
in the same room,
Well,
that I
maybe.
mean, you just like
Depends on
you
the
have
chemical.
ammonia and bleach under your kitchen sink, probably.
No, lime remover and bleach should not be stored in the same room.
That's
It's
fair.
not a matter of
That's,
being in the same
that's
room. It's
simply not possible.
right. Like that's not a reasonable thing, but having isolated storage containers is. That, like there's a
Like
way
a
to
bin.
do it within reason.
Separate shelves.
Separate
Yeah, we
shelves.
do it for food safety all the time, where it's like you can't have pork, beef and chicken on the same rack.
Yeah,
But you could have them in the same fridge if they're aligned
you,
right.
you have to
You
make sure
can't
that they're
have raw
stacked in a
food
proper.
above cooked food in a fridge.
Yeah.
But
Anyhow.
yeah, that's
For
sus.
the most part, I know what
Don't
I'm
kill
doing,
yourself with
but
chemicals.
yeah,
It's the fact.
I
And then
noticed pretty
sue
quickly. I was
people
like,
if you
huh,
do.
something burns. Oh,
Yeah, chlorine, it do be like that.
It do be like that.
It do be
Well,
death like that.
Regardless of like level of training on your resume, it's negligent for the employer to not prep you for that, to use precautions, and like the explicit training. A new person arrives on your site, assume that they know nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if
Basically,
you knew before this, they should have like, it's their job to be like, hey, double ensure. The safest way really would be like the manager reminding you every time you have to work with chemicals almost. Like, because I actually worked at a grocery store and they kind of did that almost
Hey, don't
every
make
time. If
mustard
you go
gas.
back there, like, hey, don't make mustard gas. Essentially, like, don't mix these two things if you go back there. Specifically about chemicals I was
if
trying
I
to get.
start
So, well, they're
hawking
negligence.
fluids out of my lungs or I feel a horrible burning sensation, then I'll
Sue
sue.
them. Exactly. Fair. Somewhat. You just got to defend what's yours, Aster. Those greedy restaurants want you to die of chlorine gas.
Yes, the greedy food
Big
industry.
Burger wants you to die of
If it was
chlorine gas
McDonald's, I'd
attacks.
tell them to go fuck themselves and sue
It's true.
immediately. But like, this is a small business.
Yeah, I understand that. But anyways, let's get into that game, shall we? Who's on recap? I think it was Mellow.
No.
No,
Who is
it
it? This
was the
time?
person after Mellow. It was for Fire.
eh,
That's
last
right.
time, I think. And me in it.
It's
Meanie.
it's
Wait,
been
Fire,
almost
real
2 months,
quick,
isn't it?
before you start, can you move a fraction closer to your mic? Because I have a very hard time hearing.
Ironic.
I'm actually having a hard time hearing everybody. I have
Ooh.
maxed out the volume on my
Oh.
headset and maxed out everybody's volume in Discord,
Huh.
and I don't know why I can't hear anybody.
That's got to be a you thing for sure.
I
but
know,
I don't know
but
why.
I've tried like plugging in and unplugging things, checking
Does
my
your
sound.
headset itself, like mine, is a physical knob that I can
Yep.
adjust volume?
Mine
on?
has like a button that you press to change whether it's prioritizing game or
Have
voice.
you checked the volume on like your computer settings?
Yep, my computer volume is all the way up.
What
Check your
about
Discord
My
settings?
headphone,
If you click on the little cog for user settings, voice and
make sure
video.
Yeah, all the voice and
Output
video,
device.
output,
voice and
and
video,
then-
input volume is at max, output volume is at max.
Oh, really?
Headphones,
That should be
Astro,
blaringly loud then. That's
Yeah.
weird.
Hmm.
I know. It's
Huh.
Is it anything besides Discord? Like, if you go to a YouTube video that you know the volume of relatively, is it as
YouTube
loud
is
as it should be?
fine.
Hmm.
Hmm.
YouTube is fine. Video games are fine.
That's weird.
Just-
I'm
just like-
more quiet than I normally am because I fucked with my audio, I think. But yeah, that's odd. Everyone else should be normal, especially with
Yeah.
all those conditions. I would
Yeah.
recommend the classic tech advice: unplug everything, replug it in, or
Already done.
restart.
Already-
Fuck, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
I've already done all
That's
that.
all of it. That's all my
Past
tech
that,
knowledge.
though, I might try like
Make sure that your motherboard isn't installed upside down.
I
True.
I will
Is
say.
your motherboard
Like,
bent in half?
get rid of Discord, like completely from
Oh,
your
but I
computer.
There
don't
you go,
want
and
to
just
do
leave it
that. That's
gone.
so much extra work.
Discord's a
It
fucking
is.
virus.
It's a huge thing to uninstall, but that might be the
Yeah.
solution. Uninstall and
It
reinstall
is.
Discord.
All right,
And
I'll
it
try that at some
especially
point.
sucks to
over the
like
next
scrub
year.
it from
Is it bearable right
everything.
now, though?
Yeah, as long as people speak like a reasonable volume, not bad.
And
I know I'm one
don't-
to ask for people to speak up when I like always have my microphone down here. What am I?
Fair.
This is why I like to speak with like the
Christmas is coming
guests.
up. I'm gonna get you that new headset. It's happening.
Don't
Just need that address.
get me
Oh,
just
I'll
rubber.
I'll
Just-
buy
I'm
you some
coming
rubber
to PAX
bands at the very
Unplugged.
least.
Just bring me a rubber band that PAX Unplugged.
Yeah, I'll give you some rubber bands. That's my contribution to your Christmas.
The fucking shipping costs more than the rubber bands.
I'll a bunch. I'll send like a whole shipping box full of rubber bands, so it's never
I will
gonna
never
be-
run out.
never out of rubber bands.
Bands. I think I need some rubber bands.
See,
Ooh,
Dude,
everyone
is
needs
that
rubber
about getting an
bands.
arm? Fire?
I have two.
I have an arm. It just, it gets in the way.
Mine's noisy.
It does, but those
Not
mics
bad.
work a bajillion times better if you're like right next to them.
To not do. Oh boy.
Oh, true. They are supposed to get out of the way. I've seen Mook's setup. He sent me a picture once, and like the setup is actually very unobtrusive for where his arm is. But he has like a desk that lets it like come towards him. It's really weird. It's a good setup.
We
just,
drilled
like,
a hole in our
Kind of
desk
in my face.
right behind the computer, and that would have been lovely. It's just too far.
Mm.
Mm.
Oh, I
And
forgot
then
about
I
this.
never thought about trying to do it behind and over. Huh. Oh,
that. My arm is not remotely big enough to do that because I got that big ass monitor that I linked to everyone.
Yeah.
I'd have.
I
to,
have
like,
a
mount
headset
it
mic,
to
but
the
I'm
gonna
wall,
probably
and
get
it'd be
a,
nice.
I'm probably gonna get at some point get the just get it, really get this kind of get this mic right here and
Two-handed.
just two-hand the mic and just always up there.
yeah,
Yeah.
two-handed.
So when
and
I'm
whenever
talking, it
gets
looks
in your
like
way, you
this.
just go,
Yeah. Yeah, I just start like rubbing it. Yeah,
I
exactly.
mean, I move around a lot. Like I sit forward or I lean back, and like my mic is like the sensitivity is pretty. Like you have to be at the right
Tuned
range.
in.
The
Get
volume
right
is
up
pretty.
to it.
I don't have to move a lot for it to completely change. So I like how I can just move my mic, like without
I
any
do want-
problems.
Check out
I
my new
think
rubber
my
band.
setup's probably gonna mimic Matt's because it's like
Yo.
cheaper than Mook's, but Mook's is so good too.
yo, you get that on
Wait,
clearance,
my
dog?
setup's
God
really
damn.
You have an arm, Matt? Or
What?
yeah, I think I have the same arm.
Maybe.
As well, yours is.
I'm pretty sure you both have
Okay.
different arms.
Yeah, I would agree.
It looks like yours is like double articulated, Aster. Or no?
I've got like a,
Yours looks like a death
shock.
trap.
I've got a shock mount thing, so I can tap my
Mhm.
mic and it doesn't matter.
Mine is.
Mine
But
does.
I also
I
don't have
usually
the,
put
took
your
the
magnetic
pop filter off
effect.
of mine because I like.
Oh wait,
to-
does yours do it, Mike? Does yours have the shock amplifier destroyer
Alright,
defeater?
You can hear it.
Oh, barely.
Well,
though.
they have pop
But your
filters
mic's
on them,
really
the
good.
little foamy things. I took the foam off of mine.
Yeah, I can
Just-
take mine
I like
off,
my,
but
I like my audio to sound kind of compressed.
Cut versus uncut.
When it has the fuzz, you lose some of the boss.
Sensitivity.
I see.
I'll keep this accurate to real life then.
I need more bass.
Turn that bass.
You need
you
more
know-
bass in your voice. Fuck.
With voice
Sound
mod,
like
you
a
can turn
bitch.
that up. Look, I'm just gonna I don't know if maxing out the bass even like changes it that much. But I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna like max
It
out my
does.
bass.
In voice
Do I
mod.
sound completely different now?
Oh
No,
yeah, I
hold
should.
on.
I was at
Let me see
80.
what
To
this
be
is
fair.
Let me show you. Because I made a custom sound
Baba
thing
Booey.
voice mod for
There
my
we
voice
are.
to make it sound as close to reality as I can. But if I fuck with the bass, like hold on. This
Oh, okay.
has
Comes
quite a
through a
bit-
little,
like has
yeah, a
more
little.
punch to it, not like
little
a
punch.
deepness. It doesn't make my voice sound like a lower octave,
Right.
but it sounds like I'm on a podcast with Joe Rogan. You know what
With
I
Joe
mean?
Rogan, and you're smoking it
Yeah,
up.
it's really punchy and full, and any P's that I say, like popping your heads up. And I don't like that.
Oh,
So
tell
I
me
think
if
Peter
my
Parker picked
P's
a
or
pack of
B's are
pickles.
too much, because my bass is quite
no,
high.
yours are perfectly fine. But whenever I have
Nice.
this turned on, it's like it pops. And I don't like that.
Speaking of pops, do you guys remember like this?
Yeah,
Trend?
the finger snapping. You know.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Oh, I
how-
never figured out how to do it. I assume you just snap while you do it, right? That's the trick.
No.
No?
You don't snap. It's your knuckles hitting each other. It's your.
My
fingers
knuckles don't hit
literally
each other that
slapping
loud.
into each other. No, you don't snap your finger.
How do you hit your fingers together? My fingers aren't that floppy.
Right?
It's weird. You have to hold like these your thumb and your middle finger pretty like solid, and the rest of them have to be completely loose, and the sound is them
How do you do
slapping
that?
against each other. Yeah, it takes some time to like figure out how to just tighten up these two fingers and leave the rest completely loose.
I don't like that. I don't want to do that. I'm
I
not
could
gonna do that
it,
ever
but I could
again.
never do it like really well. But I knew some dudes who could do it with both hands and like fucking
Just start
snap the shit out of
flopping at
them.
people.
Yeah,
And they would do
'cause
that like
it's not
in
snapping
your
your fingers because
face.
you can do it really fast.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
just, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
fucking
Interesting.
hand maracas.
Don't like it.
Yeah.
Well,
Hate.
at any rate, let's
Yeah.
get into the game here now that we're all set in. All the issues have been solved, et cetera, et cetera. Let's
Yeah.
go and get that recap going, and let's go
Nice.
hunt us a creature, perhaps,
Right.
theoretically.
Ooh. So we were in the frog, the arachnids, the green meat, and we walk in, and they
Yeah.
were already in soup. Did you know this? Basically they were soup already. Oh, that is loud.
Me?
Huh?
No.
The
The
music.
music.
Oh.
I keep turning it down, but it resets after every soundtrack.
Oh wait, are you turning the track on global
global
volume controls or on
Yeah,
currently
don't turn down
playing?
the currently playing track. Click
Currently
where it says
playing,
global
yeah.
volume controls. If you click the word global volume controls, it'll expand, and then you'll have a playlist slider. Adjust that.
Currently playing will let you adjust the volume of intermediate tracks. So if you get one track that's way louder than another, you can actually bring that one alone down and none of the other ones. So it's pretty cool for that.
But no, the
That-
clicking the words global volume controls expands and give a bunch of options that people don't
Yep.
know about.
That is very
Yeah, it should
helpful.
have a drop menu or
Yeah.
like an arrow or something to kind of clarify that you're meant to be able to click that.
Guys, you don't know how many sessions I've been struggling with this.
Oh no!
Yeah,
You gotta voice those
like
concerns.
playlist is the music. Ambient is ambient noises that Oog uses, like seagulls and like the humming sounds from like
It's
some
the only one you'll
portals and
remember.
things like that. It's the seagulls is a good one. But any of like the like map stuff, like sound effects that he's put in, and the interface is like the dice rolling sounds, or like if someone nat 20s or nat 1s and it plays a little sound effect. That stuff is interface.
Okay, that makes sense.
So like Mook rolls a lot, and whenever he hits it, it has that and I love
I
it.
took it
It's
off,
got the
actually.
interface cranked really high, and
Oh.
also I fuck with seagulls, so ambient's really high, but Oog's music tastes of shit, so playlist is really low.
Playlist low.
I just
He
have
said
a
it.
hard time
Love seagulls.
like
Respect.
balancing my attention between the playlist and when people are talking.
Mm.
So it's
You definitely want people's voices higher than the music.
yeah. Yeah, like
Yeah.
frustrating is too strong a word, definitely, but it's like along the same flavor. Yeah.
Hopefully
It's
that
been
helps.
Thank you. Anyway, I like soup. Then some only berries were passed around. Some people got a little bit woozy with it. Let's see. There was a lady Zeke talking to Zeke about oh, the beast that does the dispel magic, but like natural kind of like that was the bender snatch. He offered the lady Zeke some cold iron and works to fabricate some cold iron gear. And I guess we need the bender snatch is heart. I had a dismembered note leading back to the bender snatch. Anyway, the bender snatch we learned has poisonous quills. So very much risk in the melee, the close quarter combat. Dispelling magic, claws and teeth it has, wild beast. Okay, we remember this. Gargantuan. That's what it says. Can bound and leap. Gargantuan. It's pretty big, yes. It is immune to poison because it is poisonous. It kind of goes hand in hand, except not so much for me. Anyway, then Zeke and the lady Zeke change into giant eagles and we fly. well, they fly ahead of us with the red one back to Emberwell. Then they talk, the threesome there, talk about the grandmother's pain. But we don't know about the water one. The pain for our guy. The big bad one. I can't remember what Nanon calls him. Ragadon stain.
Mhm. The wet one.
The orange one, the orange one, the one that we are going to kill. Vicious. Nefsus enters the temple of the Grandmother. Resta admires the spring walkers. Leafy necklace. Fucking, I gotta write better. We buy a bunch of diamonds, a bunch of small diamonds. Zeke gives Cylin, Lady Zeke, a platinum ring. Oh, and then we have some hijinks in the library. Marana pays 10 gold. That doesn't sound right. Oh, for entry. I see. We look for information about the Bandersnatch. Found some children's books about it, saying that it'll find naughty children to eat. Rents a book for 100 gold to be returned by the 30th. No. Nanon builds some book forts in the aisles. And Resta looks for books in Thieves' Cant, finds and buys a book about shifting for the 5 gold. Is a nice price, I think. And pulls a switcheroo. I keep flipping flopping back and forth. Close her down. Pulls a switcheroo with a book worth 50 gold, but fails, and we get kicked out. Hijink picks up another level. But before we get a little too crazy, Nessus looks for a sorcery bar worth 10 gold. Morana ignites an illusory fire, and we are banned for a single day. It's very generous of the librarian. Resta's book is magic because of Resta's luck. And it seems weirdly suited to her as well. Very particularly about what Resta is looking information on, which is interesting. We head to the Faded Woodlands to kill the Bandersnatch. Right. We meet a dwarf, a dwarven orc, grizzled and stone-faced Gubu. Says we're green, but he's green. Oh, wait, this was in the. Yes, we are green, but so is he, so I don't know what he's talking about. The city dwellers at the gray market for bounty on the Bandersnatch. It casts a 20-foot magic circle, non-magic circle. And we chill out for a night, drinking, chatting, preparing, talking strategies or concerns about lack thereof. We discuss precautions of this new strategy of going after the Green Mother's Bandersnatch before Ragadon.
Obligatory
And-
laugh, because Marana would be laughing here by that phrase.
Precautions?
Going after the Green Mother's Bandersnatch, specifically.
Mm.
That would have gotten exactly. Now Marana's here. Now we're immersed.
Nanan calls Zeke by his name. It's a point of interest. And then hero points were distributed for Opal's closing speech, for Resta's mulch question, and for Nanan's poundy fist punchback.
As we get back in to where we left off, we pick back up at the interior. We'll say the exterior. A little bit of both. Wherever you would find yourselves within the hunting lodge, the conversation still halfway underway. You were all in this comfortable, if not cramped, hunting lodge. A few of the hunters are gathered around. Of course, the Orcish hunter individual is standing there, kind of still off on his last 1,000-yard stare, still carrying on into this moment here. The group of you are all scattered at the various places within the room, but the conversation is at somewhat of a hold. That hold is for you to fill. You all have had some particular directions that have been proposed and conversations that have been had about various weaknesses, various strategies, various plans going forward. But now is the time to finalize those conversations, lock into stone what you're going to do, why you're going to do it, and then do it.
Too true. Nephthys would like to play music for the bar instead.
Absolutely. The music goes less dire and comes more comfortable.
Yes, I am very eager. I'll be honest. Very eager to be hunting for Bandersnatches.
Marana's the same.
I just want to make sure that we know what we are awakening when we have him for breakfast.
Wait, what? Say that again?
Have it for breakfast, I think it was the last word.
I just heard something about break. Okay. Breakfast.
Break the fest.
It's the Bandersnatch lay eggs. We could eat eggs for dinner or breakfast.
Oh, Zeke, you know this. Actually, fun. I didn't think I'd get the chance to talk about magical creatures' reproductive systems, but I can. Zeke, you would know that the Tane do not reproduce naturally. They only reproduce by being forcibly
I was about
created
to.
by
If you didn't tell me that, I was
You
going to take the
do!
reins and say, like, yeah, no, they are not naturally occurring creatures. They are created by an eldest, and that is it. If there is more than one Bandersnatch, is because that eldest made more than one,
multiple, yeah.
and also that would be fucking terrifying.
Stop being a little shit.
You actually know for
Hopefully,
sure there
Zeke's
are
emphasized
multiple.
enough how terrifying Tane are.
Like, you know for sure there's a number of actually there's a number of Bandersnatches at the very least. Like each of there's the normal Bandersnatch, which is a lot like what you're going to go up against, but it's a little more
With the
dulled
Spellband one, or
down.
whatever it was called.
Exactly. Like
Magic
you
Bane.
are particularly going after a Magic Bane Bandersnatch. But there are a few others that you would know about. You would know about the Confounding Bandersnatch, whose quills and claws drip with infectious madness. The Frumious Bandersnatch, who brims with rage so fierce it burns. And the Primal Bandersnatch, who has kept its tie to the first world and has thus been able to reflect its reality bending powers in the prime material. Yeah, those are just a few of the Bandersnatches. Those are some of the rarer Bandersnatches that you would find. And then there was actually almost like a foot soldier class, which is the normal Bandersnatch, which there are a lot more of than there are the unique ones. And the truth could be applied to multiple Tane. Every individual Tane kind of. Tanes are almost a Tane, like a Jabberwock or a Bandersnatch. It's a class. It's a classification, and then you get like a modifier attached to it to show its extra special nature, essentially.
Jabberwock. Now,
But the base Jabberwock class, yeah, the base one still exists, and they're still very powerful.
Yeah. The not Morgan Blackhand, the Blackhand guy in Greymouth. He killed a Jabberwock.
That's where your sword came from. The
Nanan.
Gambler's Blade came from a
and Nef's
slayer of a
hand.
Jabberwock. Absolutely. And Nef's hand, absolutely.
I didn't know that. Cool. There's some cool lore.
Fun facts.
All right. Honestly, yeah, the finding of that Gambler's Blade was like one of the. I thought that shit was cool as fuck. Anyway.
Yeah, because Marana, like everyone was going to leave that puzzle alone. Then Marana's like, no, let's move these all about. Like, let's move these towards the right place. And then it worked. Yeah. It wasn't obvious. It was just there was torches not matching the color of the gods, and that was it. And then she put it. Good on her.
That low-key bothered me so much. And I'm glad that she dove into it, because I was itching to find an edge in. But we're happy.
All right. Well,
You see, Gubu comes back.
Oi?
You're still here.
Yeah. What are you standing here all night?
Standing here. Sorry.
Is it morning now?
Oh, it's 4:50 in the afternoon, in fact.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No, you guys
we have
haven't
a clock.
settled in. Yeah, you guys haven't settled in for the night at this point. And he looks at you. Is it? He kind of like goes over the window.
No,
No,
sorry,
not this
that's
time.
my bad. I'm terrible with time.
Yeah. And one of the other hunters like, you're giving the old man a hard time. He barely knows where he is right now. Come on.
Sorry.
And then the half-orc looks at him. Hey, I know more than both of yous combined, so cut it. And he sits back down. What are we talking about?
Have we gotten food?
Oh, you hungry? Yeah. Fresh hunt in the bat, and he departs. Heads to the background, and you hear the sounds of like clattering and clanging, and maybe even the sizzling of some pans as they begin to heat up over a burning fire.
Do we know what the time is the best for hunting the Bandersnatches?
Well, yeah. Is it like nocturnal? Is it like a day creature? If it's nocturnal, it might be a bit more rough.
This will be an
Like
open question to
here, when
mostly
you
the
want
people in
to
the party
go
because he's gone.
Early in the morning?
Maybe when I know the
uh,
answer.
I don't think anyone's figured out a good time to hunt this thing.
You can make a history
That's-
or a nature check here. So you
that's
can.
fair.
History
Fair.
is only
Everyone
allowed
dies.
because you have
Yeah.
history with this. Essentially, you
Scylla.
remember things you heard.
Would Scylla know?
I'll do
Mm.
nature.
She is starting to scratch her head as she looks around. As far as I know, the Tane do not feel fatigue. Relentless weapons, relentless hunters.
So, like, they don't sleep?
They don't need to.
Oh, okay.
Only
So that's
eat
terrifying, but good to know.
Do you know how well its eyes work?
Very.
they work very well.
Everything about the Tane has been made to be a perfect weapon. Anything you can imagine that could be advantageous for being a perfect weapon has probably been considered.
Okay, so I guess we set up for our best fighting arrangements, because it does not seem to matter when or how we fight it.
Let's make this as advantageous for us as we can then, or I guess I need to talk to Mechanics
Preparations
about
can be
this.
made for certain, but attacking it at certain time, certain place isn't going to matter much. It can move over the terrain, it can change its decision for where it wants to fight in a heartbeat. And, hey, it doesn't sleep. It's an unfortunate quarry you have, but
That's
Does
fine.
it eat?
it's vital.
Does it
that
have
we hunt it.
favorite food?
Its favored food is those who it is sent after. The individual creature, it varies, essentially. For whatever that creature was sent down for, whatever it was supposed to be a weapon against, that is what it'll prefer. What this one prefers? I don't know. It might not prefer anything, in fact.
I'll
But-
ask I guess when he
or anything
comes back
relevant.
with food, I'll ask him like, what's the local wildlife? Like, what's the most common animal in this place? And then that's probably good bait if we want to set bait.
You know what has provoked an attack from, or a setting on from?
Hold on to that
Big
question, by the
magic.
way, I asked her, because he'll be back in a second.
Okay. Opal. So what we need to figure out, right? So this creature has spines that will hurt whatever it touches. So if Opal goes ham on her face against the thing, she could try and throw it, but I don't know if I don't know if the trident will return inside the anti-magic aura.
Probably
Yep.
not.
It won't.
So do we need to get you like a bunch of darts?
Well, yeah, probably.
Why
That-
do that when I got these babies right here?
I've got-
left, right.
Yeah, if only I had rocket fists. I know what a rocket is.
Sometime I
Sure.
could probably make some.
You might.
dark
Question
for
With
you.
your time with Trodor, you also saw a
So-
rocket-like thing go
So
off.
we know
Oh,
that
it's true.
psychic stuff works because it's not like magic.
Yeah,
Psychic and key are different than magic. Psychic energies
Okay.
and key magic are not key magic. The key energy and psychic energy are more closely linked to each other than anything to do with the weave or magic. When it
Okay.
refers to magic, it's referring to the weave / primal, divine, arcane, and occult magics.
What
So
about
that's-
smites?
Smites are a form of divine magic, or / primal magic, depending on your particular circumstance. So those would be probably impacted. Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
what about my
Outlaw waves
flares? Are they
versus
magic?
X-ray.
Your flares from your channel divinity.
With the warding
And then my
flare.
channel divinity itself.
The warding
it's a
flare
warding
thing
flare?
happens from you. Yeah.
Then, if it happens
not
from you,
in
then
here, yeah.
no, because if it's just light that's being created, yeah, then no.
Light.
For that one, no.
Yeah.
What is it? Magical light?
The problem is it's not like the light has to touch you; is that you have to see the light, and the light's outside of its range. And if it's
Ah.
happening from you, it's looking at the sun. Even if the sun
Yeah.
was magical, even if you had a
Right.
magical cancellation aura, you'd have to be close enough for it to affect.
And then
Right. So yeah.
ooh, check your inbox.
My
And then I guess one
inbox.
other thing. What about magical creatures? If a magical creature is near it, does it just cease to exist?
I did tell everyone that more or less.
Like a
Yeah,
summon.
no, I did. Magic of 6th level is what seems to
Oh.
affect it. If it's
Oh,
under
okay,
six,
so
if
it
it's
ha- it
by the way, yeah,
has-
if it's under, this is something Sillin mentioned. From what you understand, if the magic is less than 6th level, it doesn't work
Okay.
Hmm.
at all.
Then
Okay,
Even
so
if
it's
you can
limited
target it.
magic immunity.
then I could try to get eyes on it before we go to bed.
That makes this note make much more sense. Sorry.
Okay.
Next to
But it
my
also has an
Dispel
aura
magic
of
no
magical
impact,
cancellation.
It has
Which
aura
is, like,
6 level.
Those are two separate things I should
Gotcha.
mention.
So
Never
so
mind, I
it
can't do that.
has Does it? So it has an aura of anti-magic and also has limited magic immunity.
Yep.
Okay.
And
So
poison immunity.
maybe your smites might go through if you are using like the sling parts of your staff sling. Fire off and
I think
fire
the
enough
smite
bullets.
is happening on it, but maybe.
Maybe, I don't know. I
Well,
guess
I
it'd be
mean,
worth.
Zeke,
So
you know probably not.
anti-magic field, like the actual like ability anti-magic field doesn't affect smites, but if this one does, then I would say to just forget about like what you know raw about anti-magic field. This is something different.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to think.
It
about,
might not work exactly how you know is raw, because I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Raw anti-magic field. Fuck you.
Oh, it's an 8th level
Right.
spell that is good on melee combatants and terrible
Oh,
on casters.
spell. Yeah, get out of here with your spell shit. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's not what I was. I was just thinking like, well, if it's stopping him from channeling the energy, maybe I don't know.
Well, then
Yeah.
I would assume that's in the
I would
trident.
say the thing I told you a minute ago, Zekian, is more accurate. Where like a magical weapon, for example, if you get in that field, it turns off. So a magically charged object, like a smite on a even like on a thing, it would just do the
Base damage.
the base
Okay.
damage. It wouldn't do the smite damage. You would know that for sure.
Okay, so
This is probably why Zeke hasn't fought with these things before, because he's not much more than a level 1 character with good armor against than a level
To
5
be
marshal.
honest,
against
and
this
I'm gonna
thing.
be
No,
honest with all
worse
of
than
you,
that.
not many PCs are against
Yeah.
this thing. If you
Well,
think about
everything
it.
that's pure
So
martial.
be careful. Even magic casters have a big tough time. Warlocks, for example.
No,
they
I'm
don't
saying
get 6-level
just
spells.
marshals. Like Resta is completely online.
Oh, true. Yeah, marshals
Opal
are
is
gonna do
completely
better.
online. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Zeke is kind of a marshal. He's just no,
Anyone
he's
that
worse than a
relies on
level 5
magic,
fighter.
anyone that relies on magic at all is gonna be heavily fucked here.
didn't it also have a feature that if you were to touch it, it hurts you?
Yes.
Or okay.
I
Melee
believe it has
attacks
a little
seems to be able to kill you.
poison. Yeah.
Sounds like
If
a
you hit-
bow is what you're supposed to use, but
Mm.
Well, I'm
It's
worried
more
about
of a
Opal,
sharpshooter
who's
than weapons.
punches.
You know, like kind of meta wise, Zeke, you would know this. The reason there's so many defenses against it is because it's a weapon designed to kill everything. It's not meant to
Yeah.
have weaknesses. It's designed.
For
It's why it's
Yeah,
so
no.
powerful. Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out like, okay, what's our tactical approach here?
do we
It's
know
tough.
the radius on its little anti-magic thing?
20
I asked
feet is the
little-
best guess.
20 feet. Okay.
Okay.
Would
Yeah, I remember
magically
Neff's
be
asking that.
dispelled if somebody who had a magicness cast on them?
You've
entered
already
its field?
that question's been answered with the you can
Yeah,
dispel
anything
it
in the zone
temporarily.
magic does not function. It's
You
just
can
if you
temp-
then leave the zone, it resumes.
You can temporarily
Oh.
disable the zone with a 6th level or higher dispel magic.
What
Okay.
about
But it
what
only
about
dis-
wild
it only
shapes?
it only dispels it for a moment. A moment.
Yeah, so like one round or like, or
a
like
round is the best
And
expectation.
I think I'm the only one
Yeah.
that can do that, and I'm not planning on doing it.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
6th
I've got
level
a better-
dispel
I've got
magic is
something
sus.
better
For one round of spells, that has to be a
One
big
round
brain.
that Nefsis isn't even a part of.
Does wild shape work in this area?
Wild shape is done through primal magic. It would be disrupted.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know how to help, guys.
I'm gonna give you guys a second here while I go piss, because I just want to
Sure.
reiterate. This situation is deadly. It's not necessarily the only thing you can do right now, and I'm not saying you have to do it. Just because I've prepared things here doesn't mean you have to do it.
yeah.
It could lead
when
to a
we start
TPK. It
this-
could lead to you dying. It could lead to a lot of things. Be aware of that.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go piss.
Okay.
What do you think?
Yeah, I can't
Yeah.
even attack twice actually, because it requires me to either cast a spell or be wild shaped. So I can
Mhm.
literally hit it once with a sling, and like that's my whole turn.
What is
Zeke is like
okay?
largely useless in this thing, so it'll be
Idea
up
is
to
fine.
Nanan and Resta and Opal.
Marana is completely out.
An idea is forming, though it might require a quick, like, out of here then back in. If we can maybe brainstorm what we can do to piss the Green Mother off just enough to set the Bandersnatch loose on Zeke in particular. Zeke can wild shape into something fast enough to run away from it, staying outside of its range. We'll lure it into a D&D version of analog, non-magical trap.
Mundane.
Yeah.
A
A mundane
mundane
trap, like a cage. I mean, we're gonna need that would need to be some fucking nuts metal.
I don't think we need metal. I think we might need Trodor.
Troller
Oh, who
might be
shoots
able to
magic
make
too.
But I'm sure that Trodor could make a non-magical thing that goes boom.
We
Throw
could.
it all the time.
I think that's given that we're gonna have like Nifsis has something and he can support from a distance.
Yeah, here's my plan. This is the best
Okay.
I got. I'm going to summon an angel. They can attack 3 times, so I got some damage on the field. Then I was thinking I would give.
Can the angel attack it?
Yeah.
He says that some creatures don't work.
Well,
If
they
it's
have
with
they use a
melee
bow.
range. Yeah.
I'm assuming that that's a weapon by a magical creature.
The bow. This is an interesting thing. It doesn't necessarily impact creatures of innate magical ability unless their magical ability comes from a primal, divine, arcane, or occult source. And then you might ask, well, what other magic sources are there, Oog? There are some creatures that are innately magical by creation of various means.
I guess does
That
the
aren't
angel's
actually
bow
affected by
deal
these
piercing
sources.
damage or radiant damage?
Radiant, but I assume it's a
There you
real
go.
arrow that's being fired.
It's a physical arrow that is being fired. And I kind of talked about this with Mook before.
It's a physical,
physical
arrow
arrow
that
that's being
doesn't pierce.
fired that doesn't pierce. It is a
Radiant damage.
exactly, but it is an arrow that is made of not necessarily primal magic, but or not primal magic. It's not necessarily made of divine magic. It is made of a material that
Is
it
innately
instead
divine.
does innately
Yeah,
does
celestial
radiant
steel.
damage. It's like it does radiant damage because it does piercing. It doesn't do piercing, or rather, it doesn't hurt you because it pierces into you. It hurts you because it is a pure arrow of radiant energy, more or less. But that radiant energy isn't
But
being
smite
summoned by
doesn't work.
magic. You're summoning that through magic. The difference being that the angel is summoned, and the angel is firing an arrow that is not summoned through magic. She just has arrows that she brought with her.
Do
These
we know
arrows
if
happen to
the
be
do we know if the
made of a
Bandersnatch
particular
can
material.
fly? Do we know if the
Not that you
Bandersnatch
know
can
of.
fly?
I believe as far as the information we have go, it's very good at digging, climbing, swimming, and
Well, I got a little bit more to the plan, but I was
Okay, yeah,
going
yeah.
to death ward whoever's in the front. If you go down, you're still gonna go down, but if we can lead it away from you, you'll come back up.
Okay. What if
I mean, it sounds like the best thing Zeke can do is just literally grapple this thing and like just fucking yeet it every round to keep it away from the angel and just have the angel literally do everything.
Can you do that with gargantuan?
Oh, it's a gargantuan size creature.
It's massive.
No,
Yeah.
I can.
I think we
Zeke
might
can
need-
wild shape and stay way in the back, and then I can shoot twice with my stick, and I can deal 2d8 plus 10, maybe.
That was Nanan's plan as well. Was to
someone has
have you
be in the
wild,
front.
have you piss off specifically the Green Mother, and so what Nanan had said was to do something that would piss the Green Mother off at you so much that she would intentionally set the Bandersnatch on you in particular.
You become its primary target. It chases after you. Nanon, Opal, I, and Nessus' angel go to town on it while it's focused on you. Eventually, it'll probably choose survival and start attacking the rest of us, but we get around maybe.
maybe
Or
once we get few before or after we get few rounds in, I like the fuzzy one's idea of bringing in the short green one.
Trotor might be useful having materials, explosives, and potential other traps, caves, anything. Traps.
Wait, if I can summon stuff that
Maybe
have
one of those
physical
overall-
weapons like bows, can they shoot it?
That's
It's
fine.
just regular bows.
If you summon a creature that comes in with a weapon, it's assumed that that creature's coming from another plane, most likely, or coming from, if it's like raise undead, you're raising a skeleton from the ground that comes with its own weapons. So it is physical. Like conjuring a creature is typically fine. If you conjure a creature and it makes attacks, you're typically fine.
It's just that if the creature is in the zone of that
It'll stop
anti-magic,
being.
it'll.
But it'll reappear if the spell is still being concentrated on, if it's concentration.
Okay, well then I could gamble because I don't think I get to pick what creatures. But I could summon potentially stuff that has bows.
Now,
they can
my
just run around
question
shooting.
is, do we have anything on the table that might be useful for us to do first in preparation for fighting the Bandersnatch? Because we've got combatants that are completely out of the fight.
You hear on the door of the hunting lodge. The hunters look towards it. Who the fuck knocks out here?
I'll go inspect. Who is it?
You walk towards the door, and as you get closer, you immediately recognize the form. The door opens, and you're right. This is the form
What the fuck?
Sounds
of
lad.
one master. Did that work? What? Master
Yeah.
Horace MacLoganach. Horace, as you know, is one of the lore keepers for the Order of the Shrouded Sight, who are dedicated to, for the rest of you, to a dwarven paragon god known as Thotham. You know a few things about him. His knowledge of magical artifacts and locations of secret knowledges, as well as other things related to Thotham, which, by the way, he's the deity of like recovering magical artifacts. That's why I know so much about this. But are unparalleled. He's one of the most renowned in the order for like knowing things about magical things. He
Opal snaps fully to attention.
he looks at you and he turns up to you.
Trident on the ground.
Oh, there you are. And he pats you on the like. He tries to reach your shoulder, but it really like gets like right here.
Deflect attack thing.
And you pull it around, and then I just want you to like as you pull it around. Ha! Still remember your training? Good. Hello. It's
Hi.
been a while.
You want to hold my
It
hand?
has
Also,
been
hello
a-
to the rest of you. My name is Horace MacLoganach, also known as Master Horace MacLoganach, within the monastery of the, monastery of the Order of the Shrouded Sight. It's kind of a mouthful. I always have to think about how to word it. I don't mean to interrupt anything, and I'm sorry if I am, but I'm here to talk to this one. I don't know what the rest of this stuff's going on, but I just want to be polite here and like kind of keep everyone in on the situation. I have no secrets or anything to hide, so I'm gonna be like open with you and be here to talk more openly about things. But I just wanted to kind of
be alone?
as he's sort of
going on.
babbling, I'm just gonna like lean in and says, "Don't worry, they're okay."
Oh, good.
What
Shall
open?
we take this outside?
Up to you. I'm just kind of here on official business. Up to you if you want to keep it private or not. It's nothing bad, so nothing embarrassing, I think.
That's fine. Maybe,
Also, sorry.
also,
Let me
yeah,
just look outside and see. Is it about to rain? Oh, no. Overcast out there. I'd rather stay inside.
Why don't you come take a seat? We've got a drink.
And you kind of like are remembering a few other details about him. Extremely hydrophobic, but also he never swears. He's a good guy. As he wanders over and sits down. Hi. Hello.
Oi.
My name.
Uh,
Oh, I already introduced myself.
Yeah.
But just to do it again, my name is Horace MacLoganach, also known as Master Horace MacLoganach of the etc. Who are you? And he kind of like puts his hand forward towards you, Resta.
Oh, rest of this group. Hi. That's all I got.
Nondescript name. I'm not gonna lie, that makes you seem like criminals. Most people who don't have anything to hide put their names out there.
I really only got Resta. That's all I got.
No, I
Not
mean your
really.
group name or whatever. The group of like whatever. that seems dangerous.
Oh.
Anyways, he kind of like turns over, and you, sorry, I can't really tell, ma'am, mister, and she looks at Unanon, or he looks at Unanon. Hi,
Behold,
I am Horace McLoganac, also known as Master Horace McLoganac of the Order of the Shrouded Sight. Nice to meet you.
sorry, does he hold his hand out for me as well?
Yeah, he's like this.
Okay, I'm going to hold it like I'm about to hold his hand, and I'm just gonna hold his hand.
And he just kind of wiggles up and down. Right. Cool. And
I
he,
gently, I don't let go. I assume we're
Okay.
just holding hands
and he like
now.
pries one finger off. Okay. Nice to meet you.
That's an Anon.
And who's this? As he wanders over, kind of hobbling over. Zeke, and you have like just psychoanalyze this guy a little bit. You see him walking forward, and he's just. He walks with someone who almost seems to be displaying a false sense of purpose. Or no, mispurpose. He walks almost like a clumsy person, but it almost seems like an intentional clumsiness. As he walks forward, and he puts his hand forward. Hey, hello. I am Horace McLognac, also known as Master Horace McLognac of the Order of the Shrouded Sight. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Sure. Yeah, Zeke will shake his hand. I guess Zeke and Ginger Crown. I guess I'm technically the Archdruid of the Circle of the Boundary.
Very impressive.
I don't know if I've quite earned the title yet, but I'm the head of it.
If I understand, where there's archdruids and druids, a similar practice to there being grandmasters and masters, so we're like the same thing, really. Got a lot to
Yeah.
relate on.
Yeah. What's with the what's with the gate? That limping thing you're doing.
Sorry? I don't know what you mean. I admit, part of my dwarven heritage is staying a little intoxicated as we walk around, but I don't,
But you're not.
perhaps that's what you're referring to. What do you mean? He looks at you closely and kind of like narrows his eyes.
I mean, why are you acting drunk if you're not? I don't get it.
He turns back to Opal. You've chosen clever allies.
I assume
that
it's like a
clever?
flow state.
They're
Hang
just,
on.
they're certainly
still
perceptive.
In the process of introducing myself, so let me get to everyone else in the room, and then you can ask me all the questions you like. It's just rude to the others, and I hate being rude. As he
jeez.
moves over to Nephthys. Hello, I am Horace McLoganac, also known as Master Horace McLoganac of the Order of the Shrouded Sight. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. I'm Nephthys.
He takes it, firm handshake, just grips tightly on your hands, and like you feel the strength of dwarves that you've heard so much about. He doesn't look like a particularly well-fed dwarf either. He's musculature for sure, but like around his ribs, it looks like they've sunken in, and so they've gone like quite shallow. He walks over, like, nice to meet you there. And just so you know, I'm not sure how it is up here north, up north, up here, up north, here, up north. I don't know how it is here, up north, but I know when dwarves of my cold are affected by devilish or demonic bloodlines, we don't take too kindly to that. But I just wanted you to know, if the same is up here, I do not share that opinion. From what I know, the Drahukach. Anyone speak Dwarvish? Dwarvish word for tiefling. They're all right. It's all about the individual. And he puts his hand on your, like, kind of tries to reach your shoulder, hits you on the side again, and just.
He's like, well, great. Hopefully, I'm one of the good ones.
No, it's nothing like that. It's just
I lean over to Zeke and
I'm
go,
trying to like
little
readjust.
slap ass.
I'm trying to readjust. Like, if you had negative perceptions of me because dwarves of my people have been negative towards you, I
Wait,
just wanted
okay,
you to know that I
Master
wasn't going to be negative
Master
towards
Loganoth,
you.
let's Master Loganoth,
Continue
let's
introductions. It's rude. You're right.
right on to
As he
Morana,
moves
and then
over, who have I not introduced?
maybe
And he
we
walks
should-
over to
maybe
one of the
we
random
should-
hunters, and he's like,
maybe we
"Hello,
should have done
I
this
am
at-
Horace McLoganak.
all right.
Master
So as
Loganoth to some, I am the." And he kind of goes on and on and on, kind of ignoring you a little bit, and as he's known to do, as he
Not
goes on
rude,
to
by
each
the way.
of the
Not in the
each of the
slightest.
hunters. It's more rude, and you know this. It's more rude in his mind to not introduce himself to everyone in the room before talking. So he goes and introduces himself to all of the other hunters one by one, giving the full spiel.
and
while you do this,
as
you
he's
can
doing
turn
that,
around
I'm
to him.
thinking to myself, I should have had this conversation outside.
Is he always like this, Opal?
Yes. He's paved with good intentions.
He did not want to hold my hand.
As I said, paved with good intentions.
Do you want to hold my hand?
Always. Sure. I'll hold Nanon's hand. So, one thing, well, I guess Nanon is and Morana are the only two that know this. I was actually on a mission when I happened upon Emberwell, and I got a little bit sidetracked.
You want more details of
Hardy's-
what that mission was?
Well,
Or-
really, it was. I mean, as I recall, it was essentially just a mission
More
to
or
continue
less-
my training with.
Yeah, it's more or less a pilgrimage.
another sect, yeah.
Of the sense where it's like you go there, the journey's important, et cetera, but getting there is part of the lesson. But once you get there, there's things to learn, of course. But the journey itself was always emphasized to you, where the journey would be more revealing than necessarily the destination. That was
Yeah,
always
so
that was
like a core tenet
monk
of the
wisdomed at you.
yeah, so a core tenet of the way of Shrouded Sight is finding one's way, right? Which in a very literal sense is, for most people who are not blind, is finding one's way in the world is much easier, and so finding one's way without that ability is part of the training of
Absolutely.
of the
And you
of
know, like,
the way of Shrouded
Horace
Sight.
McLoganach is one individual you've actually associated with a little bit, because there are a number of dwarves who join the Order of Shrouded Sight that are actually blind. He's one of them.
Mhm.
Not every monk does, because the promise of Thotum and the promise of the Order is that it grants sight without sight, but beyond sight, I should say, which is what you're akin to. However, some individuals, in fact, many individuals, join the Order that are in fact blind, and in so only have the sight beyond sight. He's one of those, and thus so you've associated a little bit with him in the past. There are a number of them. There are actually quite a few. In fact, most blind dwarves within the hold willingly sign on to this, or they do less.
Yeah, and
Generally, because there's less like to do, so they.
it's
less.
actually so another thing about this is it's like a paired order where there is there's the monastic order, but there's also a group like a temple of clerics that are also part of this, and part of the clerics
What's
temples that as a part of a way of like funding the other things that they do, is that if someone in not necessarily even a local community, but say a wealthy person has a child that is blind, they will send them to be trained, either in the monastery or in the order,
Absolutely.
to essentially continue their studies and be able to function in what they consider to be normal society, with the affliction of blindness.
Yeah.
Um,
And the Order, you would know, the Order has many of these monasteries throughout the world, but they are still predominantly controlled by dwarven societies because of the
Autumn being a dwarven
Yeah.
patron.
the
patron god.
teachings that have given them the sight beyond sight come from Thotum. essentially, which is a dwarven paragon god. Which, to enunciate what that means, it's essentially a dwarf that was once mortal who ascended to godhood.
Yeah.
At least
Oh.
in the culture of the dwarves.
So I'll as Horace is making his rounds, introducing himself, I would give the party that spiel a little bit to kind of give a little bit more of the background of, and also to reaffirm that I'm still seeing this through, regardless of whether they kick me out or not. My training is not. I mean, it's important, but by comparison, it's.
Do you know why he's here?
Well, it's either to tell me I need to get my ass up to where the hell was I even going?
You see him turn to you, even though you're talking hushed tones. He
Deep
looks at you.
Spire.
Oh,
Deep Spire.
Don't
Yeah.
worry, you're getting the conversation started too early. I can tell you why I'm here. Just a moment. And his ears seem sharp.
Yeah. Well.
I could have
yeah.
this be a private conversation if you wanted to.
We may actually. It may be good to have some other folks here. He knows a lot about a lot, and not least of all combat. And considering we're all heading somewhere where we may need to be doing a lot of that, wouldn't be bad to have him around. At least to have a conversation.
He
Does
shakes
have
hands
to
with
use
the
magic
last.
to fight.
I also don't really recommend a conversation on this battlefield.
We'll talk now, of course.
Sorry, I
See him
didn't.
shake
Ezekiel, what
hands
did you
with
say?
Oh, go for
He
it.
asked if he needs magic to fight.
No.
Then we can use him.
As he shakes
I know.
hand with the last one, like, all right, nice to meet you. And he hands over. Phew. Yes, lizard there with the arm up.
Nanon.
Question for you.
This is from
And-
the Dungeon Master.
No, for the one with the
Oh.
long name.
Hey, that's me. I have a long name.
Question. So, if you were to die in battle and there was no way of getting you back, would you be opposed to me eating you?
If fate decreed that the circumstances allowed for you to eat me, then yes.
Noted. Thank you. Continue.
So.
Well,
he
what
puts his hand on
what brings you here,
Hey, been
Master McLoganok?
quite a while. I just came here to check in on you. It's
How did you find
been-
me?
We're good at that, but I'll get into that. And he pulls out this orb. It has something to do with this. And you see this orb is glowing with like a very swirl. It looks like a crystal ball. It's like swirling with magical energy, and then like part of it. It's almost like a compass pointing directly towards you. This helps. So
It's a ball that glows and it has a pointed part that's pointing towards you right now, Opal.
I know
what it
Directly
is.
at you.
I know what it is.
I'm not used to describing things to other people, but if you hone in on the sense, and like as you do, you feel the key energy kind of extending out around you, and you feel the orb, but you do feel not necessarily the image itself, but you feel the presence of something pulling towards you. It does feel like some sort of key energy enchantment, more or less, where it's like this orb has been imbued with your key energy, and you actually sense your own energy existing within that orb that is like pulling towards you.
Well, now that you found me, I mean, you're checking in. Things have been
Checking
going
in.
terribly.
Well, before you get into it, just to let you know fully why I'm here. It's been a while since you had departed from our monastery, and the monastery in Deep Spire has not reported your arrival. I wonder, has the path been revealed to you yet?
Yes. I think
Not.
so.
Good. Then know this, sister. I'm here to help you on your path. That is fate. That is the destiny I've been set out on. I, however, am unsure how I'm supposed to help you. I just know that I'm supposed to help.
Well, I have quite a tale to fill you in on. But we have something very, very pressing on our hands. And without wanting to seem melodramatic, the fate of not just our world, but worlds beyond rests in the balance. Do you have time for a
Surely.
tale?
Aye, I was gonna say, surely you do. That's what I was. I'm ready for it. I'm here for it. I want to know what one of our most promising initiates has to say for their pilgrimage.
And as that happens, so we're all sitting at like a, essentially a picnic table in a bar,
Absolutely.
right?
Correct.
At the benches.
Opal is going to stand up from the bench and position on the floor, pull out the quarterstaff, actually, not the trident. And something that I think Resta has seen before, and maybe Marana at one point. Part of Opal's training is like if she is actually engaging in the practice of her training, is to be able to practice channeling their ki through the ground to be able to sense things. And it's a series of rhythmic taps with the staff, with fists, whatever it might be.
It's a important note. I don't want to cut you off. Keep that
Yeah,
thought. But Horus begins to almost mimic this, almost as you would imagine. Like it's kind of like running through the drills, and he kind of goes with you through it. But go ahead.
Yep. So all through the ground, and there starts to be like a little bit of like a hum that comes from this rhythmic pattern that's being struck upon the ground, and it starts very slow. And Opal begins to tell the tale, albeit somewhat abbreviated, of the hunt through the catacombs under Emberwell, to the pursuit of Cobram, and the discovery of further heralds, the combat in Greymouth, I'm leaving out some core, somewhat important details like the fight at the pits. That as far as the path is concerned, because this is going to be the telling of the discovery of the path, and and as Opal sees it, the protection of this region from the harms of the Waterlord, the heralds of the Waterlord, and in addition, the discovery of the the treachery of the Green Mother, and really the eldest as a whole, on the entrapment of the souls of Fae, and interwoven in this is the discovery of individuals that have been willing to fight and lay down their lives to share in this combat against powers that are greater than their own. And it is like, and now it is reaching its peak. The rhythm is getting faster. The the tones are getting louder. Objects on the tables are starting to rattle and vibrate, and the glassware or whatever the mugs are starting to ring together, and then stops. And now we are chasing a Bandersnatch to thwart this concerted effort by deities to.
You look to his reaction, just tears are rolling down his cheeks. Oh, he puts his hands out and just like walks towards you like this, like, give me a hug, lass.
And I will wobble. No, I won't wobble.
It's the same like a roly-poly thing, and he grips you tight, very strong, like kind of by the waist as he pulls you close. Not weirdly, but because that's where his arms reach the highest.
I know.
As he, yeah, exactly. As he pulls you close, hey. And he looks up to you, tears in his eyes. I never thought a pilgrimage could be so dark, so full of strife. I'm sorry, dear
Cheers.
initiate.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that this
Yeah.
is your trial, selected by Thotham. But it's one you must see through to the end.
I know. And that is. I mean, it's
He hasn't let
honestly
go.
it's
He's just-
it's terrifying, Horace. But these fine folk that you have met, I mean, not those fine folk, but these fine folk
Friends,
have seen me thus far. They've gone to the ends of the world for me. I hope they know that I'll do the same for them.
he just kind of shakes you, pulls out, shakes you, lass, you died. You already
Right.
have.
Twice.
Hey. Oh, I'm not gonna lie, this is heavy. This is really heavy. Much heavier than most initiates go through, but I want to assure you that this weight that you feel, this pressure, it's unusual. It's unusual because it only happens when there is great consequence.
Horace. The next stage of where I am headed
It's to hunt a
Is not-
Bandersnatch for.
is
Sorry,
not
let me
for
clarify.
alone.
I need to know this for sure, because I got things I know, etc., etc. Maybe I can help you out of this, but your plan is to go against this invincible creature, more or less, to kill one of the eldest.
As like a tester for the next one.
You want the power to kill an eldest?
Seal one away, kill,
At least
reverse
one.
the curse on the Fae. Anything of the any and all of the above are within the realm of what we seek.
I wish I could provide some useful information, but I just advise caution is all. And I'm trying to scratch my brain. You say the Fae are involved, the Eldest are involved, and is there anything else besides the Fae and the Eldest that are really tied up in all of this?
I mean,
Vampire?
The rest of the world.
besides everyone else who lives in Alarica.
Material. This, everything else, as you say. the Prime Material.
There is little that is not wrapped up in this.
His eyes are kind of glazed over as he leans forward. This isn't the first time the Fae have influenced the decisions of the Prime Material, and he kind of hobbles over and just pulls out a tome from his pack that he set down near the door. He's like, I just he flips through. Yes.
Is it in Braille?
Certainly is not. And yeah, it is. It is. He's just like feeling it. He's just opening it up and just feeling through it. Actually, doesn't even have to. With the sense that you have, you can read Braille without feeling it, essentially, because you can feel the thing. So he's just kind of like he's looking at it, but not looking at it, essentially. Or just sensing the letters. And he actually doesn't even need to open the book. He just holds the book closed and he just thinks, essentially, as he senses the various pages that he knows and he has memorized, and he senses through. Aye, there it is. There it is.
That's how people read.
That's a good way to read. I tell you what. So, this reminds me of a story. A human story at that, which I don't pay much mind to, given their short memories and all. But I presume too much. You are an adverse student of history. So, what do you know of dialectic?
Sorry, say
Or
it
in
one
the
more
common
time.
tongue. Or in the common tongue here. It was almost a nonsensical word. Or in the common tongue.
Meridium.
The
or no, not-
retaliator.
Oh, the Retaliate. I have not heard of the Retaliator. What the hell is the Retaliator? Pardon my language, Horace.
No worries. I'm against that kind of language, but I don't judge people for using it themselves.
Oh,
It's an
fucking
emotional
God. I was
response
trying my
overall.
best not to fucking swear all the time.
No, you can swear. I understand. For those of us who have not better tempered the mind, it can be hard to express emotion without outburst. And that is
Yeah.
all cursing is.
Part of what Horace has always told me is, if you don't have something more intelligent to say, I don't quite remember. I usually don't have anything that intelligent
Don't
to
say
say.
anything at all.
There you go. That's exactly what it is. Thank you.
Well, I'll tell you a little bit about the Retaliator, as it were, or the Diodoc. This was a weapon so powerful that it could slay the mightiest of beasts. It was even said that gods themselves wouldn't stand a chance against the blade. Though, again, human legend. It was wielded by one they call the Green Knight, a renowned and ancient warrior who were among the first to push back against the various Feywild incursions, as they called it. But from what we can tell, this was just another example of humans exerting their will over things they claim as their own. They weren't happy with the valleys. They weren't happy with the hills. They wanted the mountains, so they came for the dwarves. They wanted the forest, so they came for the Fae. They wanted the underground, so they came for the various dwellers of the Underdark. But no one can say that their presence hasn't been noticeable. It's been noticeable because their presence has been powerful. Their weapons, their crafts, their understanding of the world around them is far beyond what we can hope to understand. Yeah, we've had longer. We're far past them. But for how long? Hey, that's not the point. That's not the point. The point is, this Green Knight, he wielded a weapon. The humans wielded a weapon, as far as I know, powerful enough to accomplish your goals. So why do you set off on this suicide quest? Is it the only way? Perhaps. I know that when the humans started to push against this Green Knight, he met an unfortunate fate by an eldest known as the Green Mother. She personally slew him, took his blade, and hid it away in her coffers.
Do
As
you
far
know
as I
where
know.
it is? Do you have an idea of where it is now?
Aye, the Blood Petal Throne is my best guess.
In the Feywild.
That's what
Best
that
place to
is.
store treasures, aye.
Oh boy, Loris, I almost wish you hadn't shared that with us.
I'm sorry. I thought that would help you. Go
It-
seek the Great Mother for help, right? That seems to be the solution.
The Green Mother is one
I
of
think
the
we might be
threats.
done here.
She has a dubious past, aye? But in your circumstance, from what I understand, what other options do you have? Hunt this
Several.
creature.
I got a couple.
I'd love to hear him,
Sure.
and I'm sure the rest of you would.
Yeah. I've got 3 ideas, each one
I
crazier
don't know if
than
I'm
the last.
exactly comfortable explaining our plans in front of him anymore.
I'll leave. I'm sorry. This is rude of me. And he heads out. He just
Whoa,
immediately
whoa,
like
whoa.
leaves.
Look-
He gets
look
like
at
and you like look out the
Blood
window.
Petal
He's
Throne?
like 1,000 feet away, and he's like
The Blood
waving.
Petal Throne.
I'm far away. I'm sorry for being rude and impeding upon your private conversation.
You want root, it's alright.
I'm already over here. Please, just let me know when you want me back.
Okay.
Oh, but can
the
he still
blood-
hear us from that far?
Petal Throne?
Blood Petal
Uh,
Throne.
He's better at
seems
what I do
excessive.
than what I do.
it's like over 1,000 feet. Like shouting it's dubious. You are doubtful that he could hear you that far, based on your understanding of the peaks of your ability. Because you assume he is slightly past your ability in the understanding of like how to use his sense.
I assume he's substantially past where I am. Even if he's not, it doesn't matter. That's my
Just
assumption.
knowing the peak of what you understand, it's well under 1,000 feet.
Hmm.
So
Bill,
this is your
Whispered
ideas?
conversation. If you start yelling right here, I mean, he might hear it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like I said, each one gets crazier. So bear with me.
Nah. Right.
This first one's
Also,
the
he
most
moves unusually
reasonable.
fast. He's a monk.
Okay. So
Wait, I cast wind wall between us and the
We're
dwarf.
in the. Okay.
you're blowing silverware everywhere.
No, outside.
So the
Outside,
wind wall,
between
right as he
me and us.
hits into it, and he's, oh, if only I had something over it. And you see him just, and he leaps over the height of the wind wall and lands on the other side. There we go. And he runs past.
Wait, what?
He,
Wind
she
wall
was
goes up
saying like a.
height.
It wasn't
He
to
jumps
stop
over
him. It was to be in between. It's like a
Yeah.
blockade.
Oh, fair
The
enough.
sound
I thought
can't pass
that was him like going as he goes. Never mind.
No.
He doesn't do a sick thing and jump over the wind wall.
He,
I
as a
also
matter of
was
fact,
finding
he
excuses, like why you would keep him in here. So
He
that
does a
makes more
lap
sense.
and then he
in this.
jumps over.
Yeah, he jumps
backtracks.
back over, and he's like,
Yeah.
oh, that was easy, and then he jumps back over, and like, and he runs back over. That makes more sense.
No, yeah. Just like in case Windwall should like
Absolutely.
deafen.
This is like torrent of wind. Definitely interrupts the sound of audio coming through.
Okay. So here's the first one. And I should say I'm willing to ask God for help on this one if need be. If any of these seem too impossible. But the first one is this. Now, I can potentially do 2 things if I upcast this. I can break the Green Mother's control on the Bandersnatch, or I can dismiss it and just get it out of here. I figure there's a reason the Green Mother has this thing on this plane. If
Point
we-
2. You know this, so I'm gonna say it. You know the creature has
close
planar
range.
acclamation. It has planar acclamation, which means
Oh,
it
true.
becomes inhabitant of the plane it's on. So like things like, I don't know what you're talking about, but like if it's something like banishment,
Oh, this one
like it
drives
sends it to back
well,
to the plane where it
I
comes
guess
from.
that matters. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, if the plane it comes from, I should say, counts as the plane it becomes acclimated to, which is whatever plane it's on. You know that.
It's
for
been
sure.
here for a long enough time. It's considered native.
Yeah, that's fine.
Correct.
Well, at the
If that
very least,
matters.
I could potentially break the Green Mother's control on it, and I don't know if she loses any power from that. But if her thing is on it, maybe it just being away from her is good enough. If not, here's the other one. We could ask another eldest for their Tane and just have a kaiju fight.
Kaiju fight.
The third one is this one is this one's maybe the worst. If I can stay around it for an hour, I could take control of it, and we can use it to fight the Green Mother.
For a day.
Wait.
Well,
Oh, holy
it would be
shit!
cast to 6th level.
Don't talk about the. Don't talk. Like
It would be
let's-
10 days.
let's scope our comparison. Doesn't matter how long you control. Let's go to the hour of controlling it. Let's talk about how many rounds that is. I just want you to know, like math-wise. Think about it.
Okay, hold on a second. What is okay? Hold on a second. This is the most important question about this last one because I love it. I love this idea.
It's 600 rounds, if that's what you're wondering.
Nope, that's not what I'm wondering in the slightest. I don't even care how many rounds it is. This is the only question that matters. If we can get you, so do you have to have sight of it within 60 feet for the entire time you're performing the spell, or only at the moment the spell is cast?
It has to be in the range.
For the entire duration of the spell?
Correct.
Presumably.
Oh, then there's no chance on earth that we can
Oh
do
no,
that.
it actually
No,
says
no,
it
it is-
verbatim. The creature must be within range for the entire casting of the spell.
Oh, I didn't
Would
see that
actually
part.
be
Okay.
possible
Second
was
line.
what I was
I didn't see it
ruminating.
either.
So
All right, what were you thinking?
thoughts were Anger, Green Mother have Zeke run the Bandersnatch in as bait, right? Have Trodor MacGyver some sort of you guys know the movie Van Helsing?
Mm-hmm.
That opening scene with the werewolf?
With Hugh Jackman.
Yeah.
Okay.
And trap it so we could either my thoughts were fight it while it was incapacitated, but if we can trap it for an hour.
Just
So
just a reminder,
here's
Bandersnatch measures 50 foot in length and weighs 12,000 pounds.
yes. That was what I was about to say. Is that this thing is so big? There's no trap
Massive.
that unless Trodor had like a
Genuinely
mountain's
incredibly
worth of
physically strong.
dimeridium and adamantium ingots, there's no way that he would be able to construct something that would be able to contain this creature.
50 foot in length.
Well, and
That's
presumably it
massive.
weighs that much, and yet it is like an avid climber. It means it's probably incredibly physically strong because it can heft its own weight, no problem.
Yes.
So whatever you're
yeah.
trying to trap it under, it will just lift.
Yeah. Like literally you could trap it under a mountain and the mountain would be like a pillow. And
Massive.
Yeah,
it
strong.
is a big boy.
Yeah, and like I kind of like I've said it a lot. I know I haven't said
Tane
this
are
about a lot of
basically
creatures
like
in the past.
demigods for the face.
But yeah, I should say that like these are super weapons that you're going up against in a hunt, and I've said that a few times now, but I want to like reiterate that point that like go against this unprepared, you'll all die.
Now, I have one other crazy thought, which is that we break into the Blood Petal
Oh,
Throne
better way to
and
put it.
steal the Retaliator.
Mhm.
That's an interesting thought. But hold on to that. Like say it in character a second here. But like
Yeah.
one other thing, I should say, even if you prepare, you could all TPK.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
That's the
Oh,
better
yeah,
way to
but-
put it. That's the way better way to put it. That even
Mhm.
if you prepare perfectly, I'll say that based on what you guys have available to you, if you prepare perfectly, this
It
still
can be
could
a total
be a
TPK
TPK.
for sure. Oh, 100%. I
Could
mean,
be.
this thing
Depends on
can
your tactics,
probably
depends on a lot of
this thing
things.
can probably one-shot most, if not all of us.
That's not the issue. But the issue is its sheer defensive capabilities. If you have if you're confident you could overcome its defensive capabilities, you have a shot. But if you can't, its
Okay.
defensive capabilities are enough to wipe you out.
I've got
Alright.
two or three thoughts on this. Okay,
I
so
have
here
a
we go.
crazy idea too.
So this is crazy idea number one. And this is we can utilize a combination of these crazy things. I think that we can break in to the Blood Petal Throne because I think I might know how to get there. And if we can, and locate the Retaliator, and abscond with it,
We come back, fight the Thane, kill it.
and then have both the heart of the Thane and have the Retaliator.
And
I
then
don't-
go back to kill the Green Mother.
Uh-huh.
Feels
Yes.
like a lot of time.
So sneak in to grab the thing and not fight her. Leave
know.
to
Yes.
go kill the thing to
But
maybe
go
make her
there,
weaker to then
come
go back and fight
go
her.
back. It's a lot
Yeah.
of travel.
That's a lot.
It may be.
Phyllis talks up. Scylla, rather. She's like, I understand that's a lot of travel, and I agree. But, well, if we're gonna break in and steal something that may have a chance of killing a Fae, or an Eldest, rather, maybe we should use that in combination to this Bandersnatch's blood enchantment. Maybe we should take that weapon, enchant it with the Bandersnatch's blood, whatever, and really
And make a
fucking
super stupid weapon.
a super sword, if you will.
It's
Aye.
better to spend the time while we have it
Aye.
than
We
go
don't know that we
into-
have the time.
Correct.
We've been working with
Yes,
an
but going
unknown.
the
I
other way
know-
around, we know for sure we don't have the time.
Well, we have other ideas that could work. I know this is an important idea for
Yeah.
Zeke, but if the time just gets out there, then why don't we
Sorry. And then, like, you see Horace put his hand up.
God damn it,
Time?
Horace.
There is an issue with
The
time.
wind wall.
I understand there's. Oh, right, true, the wind wall. Never mind. He didn't say that.
Um,
Spoilers. Horace might know something about.
No, he doesn't know
He,
jack
he
shit.
doesn't based on this sound.
How long does Windwall last? 10 minutes?
It's concentration. Shit. It was in my spells before I
It's
changed
still
it
up.
for
It's
tomorrow's.
still up. It's still up.
I-
All right. Well, in any case, even if we don't pursue that, it's good. It's good that we have some knowledge there.
I have an idea for backup. People that might, very slim, be able to help us fight the Bandersnatch and maybe the Green Mother if they're willing.
Who?
Well, I've got, and I've mentioned this in passing. I've got a group of people who fight like me, who are after my life.
How long is it going to take for us to find them?
Well, that's the benefit. They could find us. They're already trying to find me. They are psychic. We know that psychics do well. I don't know. Maybe we could work together in some way, or we'll be dangerous enough as a threat to have you guys be able to hurt it more or keep it distracted. I don't know
And
how.
we have to trust these people to suddenly not want to kill us when it's the most opportune.
I don't know how deep their brainwashing goes.
That's very risky.
Like I've said to you, Nifsis, I want to save these people from.
I understand, but that's very different than putting ourselves in unnecessary risk.
I have to
think
agree
I
with
one
think
Neftis
this is
on
going
that.
to
On the
guarantee
board.
your death.
Or it might dilute the battlefield well enough for advantage.
Sure.
Give the Bandersnatch more targets.
Yeah, if they don't, gimp me in the leg and leave me behind while I get chased down by the Bandersnatch.
Right. Or not to mention the fact that the Bandersnatch, if it's 50 feet long, that means its foot alone is probably 10 feet wide.
Fast feet.
And
It might be a snake.
I'm willing to do anything you guys want, but I don't know.
that seems unnecessarily dangerous. And for
I mean,
Ubu
fuck.
comes out. Breakfast is ready.
Oh,
Why?
huh?
Or dinner? Sorry.
Okay,
Lunch?
great.
Sorry.
You need food, right? You
Yeah,
said
no,
you were
food
hungry
would
a
be
minute
great. Food would
ago.
be great. Thank you.
Hot fish.
It's just late. I was confused.
Well, it just felt like, from what I remember, a few minutes ago, you were like hungry.
Yeah, and then
I
you looked
went
out
in
the
the
window.
kitchen. Oh, we went in the kitchen, but make food for you.
Yes, no, food would be great. Thank you. Thank you. Please set that down.
Some eggs, please.
I've already made it.
Aye.
Yeah, you
Please.
made eggs. You made breakfast, right?
Well, I made some nice fully cooked pieces of meat for breakfast, mixed with some gruel. Yeah.
Great.
There you go. And he puts his like stew in front of you that's almost like grits, mixed with pieces of meat. It's actually not that bad.
If we're talking about getting your allies to help us, I mean, why don't we just ask the hunters here? They're trained hunters. They apparently have a problem with the Bandersnatch in this wood. Except
hunters look at you.
the dork.
And Google looks at you. You're trying to get us to hunt the Bandersnatch?
Not you.
Google says. Oh. Well, and he looks around. Anyone around here who would be foolish enough to go after the Bandersnatch is sure as dead.
Thank you for your help.
Yeah. We'll give you shelter and all that.
I was being truthful.
Enough. You don't really
What is
feel
the
like
biggest
someone who could lie.
party? I'm running out of adjectives.
The long named one.
No, not the not the one with the long name. No, the.
That's why we stopped using adjectives and stopped using nouns. That's the way to go. Not to presume upon your culture.
The dead one. What is the biggest party that you have seen to hunt the Bandersnatch?
This was against who? I heard the dead one, but that doesn't make
The
sense.
dork.
The dork. That's good. He looks at you. Only once briefly interacted with the Bandersnatch. But you've heard all that.
Well, you have seen other people come through and not live, looking for the hunting.
Hmm.
What is the biggest group of people?
Hard to tell.
Was it like us?
People
Or-
go out. They try to hunt the creature, but they don't come back. Who?
Right. Yeah.
What races? Is this what you're getting at? It doesn't
No,
seem to be a
of
racist
how
thing.
many people?
Humans, dwarves, elves, gnomes, they all
No,
die
that's
the
how many
same.
people. How many people have gone out at one time?
I've seen a hunting party of at least a dozen plus, never come back.
Did they look green?
No. Veteran hunters. No.
So they were like maybe red or purple.
Maybe brown.
Okay. I don't know what that has to do with it.
Well, it's
But
like
they're
a
not
mixture between
as-
green and, I don't know, a darker color. And
You
you've seen
called us
more
green
darkness.
when we got
I'm
here.
not the most imaginative of fellas.
We aren't even green, so I don't know why you're calling us green. But
It's
it
like
did not
Yeah, green means inexperience, but we don't really have a color for experience. We just stopped calling them green.
yellow. No, the
Yellow
yellow
means a
belly.
coward.
Aye, aye.
I really like green. Green is my favorite. What if swamp green is the experience? Like
So-
swamp season.
All right. I think that we are not.
Okay.
I don't think that we are currently. I don't know. Knowing that we're going to have people who are so heavily limited in their fight, I I think it'd be good to explore avenues to maybe use this as a solution to our next problem. But I mean, that super sword that they've got that they're talking about, and I'm not sure, Zeke. Why send him away? Why do you not trust him? He's the leader of Opal's group, and she's trustworthy.
It's because he trusts the Green Mother.
I don't know if it's like a
Someone was
necessary.
listening.
I don't think it's a trust. It's just a not distrust.
If he's got any sort of connection to the Green Mother, I don't want to play any games with her learning things through him, hearing through his ears, anything of the sort. I don't want her to
Dylan
know
walks
any
I mean,
more than she
dude,
needs, and he's not
puts her
worth the
hand
risk.
on your shoulder, Ezekiel, and it like sinks deeply, more deeply than the musculature allows, but it just feels more deeply. And she looks at you. I don't think Hayes. I could be wrong, and I'll inform you that first off. He seemed a little chaotic in the mind, for sure. But nothing that he said seemed to demand loyalty from one eldest or the other. In fact, the opposite. From what I understand, he worships his material plane god or whatever.
That's pretty accurate. I think it's more of an ignorance issue, Zeke, than a devotion. And maybe that's not a risk you're willing to take. And I've said time and again that I'll trust your judgment here.
I mean, who's to say this isn't all a grand ploy from the Green Mother herself? Could be one of her agents, exactly. So it's worth considering, and I don't doubt your judgment there, Ezekiel.
It's a fair concern.
We have ways to force the truth out of people.
That's true. Or I can just go talk to him, and I'll know. I can just go chase him down.
I could
If
let
he
my
can
wall
convince me
down.
otherwise, then sure.
You have to let him.
The more people that know, the more dangerous he gets.
I know.
And he sort of came out of nowhere, and that's suspicious.
It'd be less suspicious if you knew him.
Just saying.
But
the fact that we're out here with this a group of people known for hunting the Bandersnatch, a person who somewhat believes in the Green Mother, then just happens to find us here. Seems like he was looking for us. Sounds like someone came into knowledge that we happen to be looking for a Bandersnatch. And maybe sent someone here.
Starts to speak up. Sorry, I understand how your perception can say that, but would you not say the same of me?
I was going to mention it.
Yeah, the difference is I know you.
And he knows, or she knows him.
Technically,
You finding me makes
every
sense.
one of us.
Actually,
When
real quick.
It's convenient for Emberwell.
Did I notice anything off about Horace? Compared to how I knew him before?
He has weird walk.
That's not new.
That's normal. In fact,
that is especially normal.
You wouldn't have noticed anything. In fact, everything makes sense from how he found you. The answer seems obvious. He had a magic orb that pointed toward your direction. It was an orb that said you. It seems to use your key energy of some sort, which may be some dubious means, but seems to be forthright from what you understand.
He could sense your key and he followed it.
Yeah, he has an orb that has your key and says, go that way.
Yeah.
What
Is
was
that
wrong
enough?
with Rashi?
Okay, so I thought I would recognize that artifact. Did I recognize that artifact or no?
You would, absolutely. How much you know about it, however, is to be determined by an Arcana check.
Okay, let's do it. My intelligence is big.
You know some things minimum, so let's see how it goes.
Hey, that's
Very
actually
nice.
not bad.
Yeah, with a 15, you would know that these orbs are often used to track key energies of individuals within the order. It can be helpful for locating those because it is important to say everyone has a key energy. It's just a name for
Life
a
essence.
representation of one's soul. more or less. And kind of like when I said earlier, when key energy and psychic energy are kind of intertwined much more than the magic energy, kind of goes into this, where psychic energy more or less is the substance, the material that makes up one's soul. The key energy that is described from these various practices is essentially energy generated by one's soul. So more or less, they're talking about the same thing. With that being said, thinking... Oh, no, I forgot the question. What was the question?
Oh, it was whether I recognize that artifact.
Correct. Thinking back to these objects that you see, you understand that these orbs, they capture key energy in some respect. They take a sample of key energy, essentially, because every key energy, every spirit energy, every
Cool.
every psychic energy source is unique. So this is something familiar to you. They take that
Alright.
your unique signature and use it to find you because you're the source of that signature.
Do you trust me to go see if this is even at all worth pursuing? I won't need more than an hour.
Sure.
Trust is mutual.
All right. Well, then I will depart and head in the direction that I last knew Horus was heading.
Yeah, you
And
see him over there. He's 1,000 feet
I
away.
do not.
Like, off in the
I do not see him
Oh,
over there.
You see the wall of
That's
wind.
true. You don't see shit.
Oh,
So, yeah.
mental.
I'll let
Oh.
that down.
Nope. That's not gonna. Nope. That's not even gonna help. I'm already
He
gone.
was headed, and eventually
We'll track each
When-
other down.
When Opal leaves, I let my ball down.
And she heads off. As she heads off, I want to give you guys, the rest of you, a chance to converse because there's obviously a conversation coming up between an NPC and here Opal here. So if any of you have something to say, it's probably a good time to say it. If not,
Good talk.
Personally, I don't see a reason to not trust him. If Opal has such faith in the guy, then I think that that sword sounds pretty badass. I don't know, maybe he knows of other weapons, maybe ones that are not as badass that could help us fight this current creature. Or we abscond with the blade and maybe we
Someone-
use that to fight off the Lantern King.
still speaks up.
Not
Or we can
Lantern King,
trust
I'm
but
sorry.
verify.
I
Overlord.
understand. I understand trusting
Verify.
someone based
Understandable.
on appearance and all that good stuff, but I just want you to know the Fae are particularly tricky. We can change our forms, well, not all of us, but many of us can change our forms at will. And so can your casters, from what I understand, so let's not base everything based on who we think we know, right?
Opal
I just
seems
want you to
smart.
consider that alternative.
What's up, Nifsis? You're saying?
I was saying we could trust but verify.
I agree.
think-
Verify is fine.
What is that from?
Life.
I think that's a line in Arcane. I think. Never mind. Sorry. I apologize.
Is it? That's cool. It's very modern reference. Good job, Nefsis.
None.
I think we learn
Mhm.
nothing if we give nothing. If we give little and little, what is the word?
Is the word you're looking for how much you have to give? Because from what I understand, each of you have given quite a bit, especially some people.
I mean, like, if we give little trust to the fuzzy one friend, the one with the long name, then we have no way of gauging whether they are good or bad or with or against the people we are wanting to kill.
That's true. Might have more knowledge than we expect. But frankly, and she looks to use again. I get the appeal of an outsider knowledge on this whole thing, but it should be said that, like, what are the chances that this outsider knows as much as I do? Sounds like hearsay to me, but it doesn't really
Well,
change our goal. So
their whole order is like a there are people who harbor and study and know of magical artifacts. That's like their whole thing. I think Opal said that she was also looking for some when we first met her. It's the master of some order that their entire life is artifacts.
just a real quick question. Raise your hand. Have you been to the city of Brass?
Have you been to the monastic order of whatever?
Very vague. To prove my point and kind of go on my point, have you been to the elemental plane of fire
No.
at all? Have you been to... Well, I know you've been to the Feywild. Have you been to the elemental plane of air?
Is this where you're telling me I'm
really.
not well traveled?
More or less.
So what harm does it
If it's true,
do to
up to
gain
you to
perspective
decide.
from others?
I usually stick to this plane.
Aye. Then you'll know that the prime material's knowledge is limited, especially when it comes to the other planes.
But we're valuable and a threat to the other planes as well.
You're valuable, that's for sure. It's just consider what you know, consider what you don't.
I would figure that each plane is probably on equal standing with each other. We're just the ones caught in the middle.
Hard to say. Changes day by day.
Probably. Well, I've got faith in Opal, and if she's got faith in him, then that's where I put it.
I am fan of gathering perspective. If you are hunting for giant constrictor, you cannot approach it from only ground level.
When I defer to tactics, I look towards my commander. She looks towards you, Zegian.
I'm gonna wait on Opal.
Well, when it comes to strategy, and when it comes to deciding what plan is best for our chances of success, for most cases, our commander has been right. All save but one.
Though I suppose even if Opal does says that he's trustworthy and this information's correct, this weapon exists. Like you all said, that might cost you all too much time. You're all on a clock.
Are we... sorry. Just to clarify, Commander. Are we not? You and I? Do our
Less of a clock.
goals... Aye, less. But do our clocks not become... Or do our goals not become attainable if one eldest seeks or takes over too much power?
Our
There's a
goal is to
finite
get rid of
amount
the
of
Green
power
Mother.
and-
Theirs is to get rid of Radagon.
Okay.
Radagon.
I can also do something to save us on the time if we want to go that route. I
you
could
go?
designate this place a sanctuary and we can come back to it in a moment. And I could also do the same for outside of the Green Mother's court.
Oh. Do we got the materials for that?
No materials.
You can just do it. Well, fuck,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Power of faith, eh?
Power
Who
of
do you
faith.
put faith in there, Tieflin?
Saren Ray.
Outsider god, should have expected. But... her? Aye.
So, what's the likelihood that Ing would lend us a Tane? Is it Tane or Thane? I can't tell if it's with your accent.
Tane, with a T-A. T-A-N-E.
T-A. Oh, I thought it was like Thane, like a...
No.
It's
Okay.
very similar sound.
Hey. So would Ing be willing to, you know, give us lend us a Tane? So it can be a kaiju battle? Because that sounds fucking sweet. And significantly less risky for us.
Zeke,
He
you
said
would know
himself he's
if,
not willing to help.
more importantly, well, actually, maybe
think it was a-
kind of importantly, you would know because you kind of have I will say you have a pretty complete knowledge of at least the base types of Fane that are out there,
Mhm.
Zekian. You don't know of any Tane associated with Ing.
Hmm.
He has intentionally played an somewhat impartial point in politics when it
It's
comes to the
invisible.
politics of the Feywild. Could be.
Doesn't have to just be an Eldest, though. We could ask someone else for a powerful ally. I don't know if it's powerful as a Tane or Thane, but probably
And
strong.
you always say, as Scylla
No,
kind
confused.
of, you always say that your gods are so much more powerful or whatever. They created ours. So, I don't know.
Aye.
They got any tricks up their sleeve for this, or do they only send clerics?
Saren Ray gave me a trick. I wasn't sure if we would have to use it, but I could summon a servitor of hers, and they could help fight.
From what I understand, the eldest are nothing more than servitors of their gods. Maybe they're more powerful. Who knows? Doesn't matter. Maybe that'll do just what we need.
How would you make this place a sanctuary?
I think really, really hard. I don't know. I don't know if it requires anything.
The answer with the sanctuary spell, it requires you to have a religious kind of connotation to the environment. So essentially, what that would mean is you would
Never
have
mind.
to decorate you would have decorate and like build and like set up the
Gotcha.
symbols of your god all around the area and be like, this is a cool place for Saren Ray. Unless
That
it
could
already
get
is.
us back very quickly, however, to the material plane. If we were to go and abscond that sword from the Green Mother and come back, that would be instant. And we could get back to a temple probably here in Emberwell. Is there a Serenade temple in Emberwell? Or Alerica?
There's the one.
In Alerica? Yeah, but Alerica is the size of the USA. So,
Yeah.
Big as hell.
yeah. However, in Emberwell, there is not. However, setting up one of your own is not the base on the spell. Let me check the spell just to be sure. Pretty sure the spell says the specifics of it's Word of Recall, right?
Yeah.
It's got it in there. If you can.
It does.
Preparing a
Yeah.
sanctuary, the
You must
spell has no
designate a sanctuary by
effect.
casting the spell within a location, such as a temple.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you would have to essentially decorate this place and establish it as a temple. It wouldn't
Cast the
require
spell
a
in
ton.
a location that's dedicated to or strongly linked
Yeah.
to your deity.
You would essentially have to
Such as
dedicate
a
this
temple.
place
Okay.
however you found it. It's a kind of a creative thing there where like, you could dedicate it however you try to find a way to do it, but you can
You know,
dedicate this place to that, and then that could be done.
We could rent a room and turn it into a shrine.
If Opal's friend is to be believed, then maybe we don't even have to deal with the Tang. Maybe we just go to the court. We take this sword,
Just
have
start
Sylvan
fucking
figure
it
out
up.
what it is and what to do with it and how it can be useful. And if it is useful, maybe we can use that to solve your Agadon problem first.
You plan on infiltrating the court of the Bloodfell throne itself without killing the Green Mother?
We'll have to hold myself back a little, but
This is starting to get angry now. He's like, yes, we are considering that because we don't have any other fucking ideas.
we have no other option.
Not true.
Please.
You have an option of killing this
speak up.
masterful beast and
Yeah,
then
great.
using it to slay the Green Mother and then having free access to her stocks. So don't act like you have no other ideas. You just have an idea you're too much of a pussy to accomplish.
Easier to gain access to a place when we are neutral, though. And
Not
having
true.
sword
This place is
and
under heavily secured protection, I assume, from the Green Mother. What good will that do? You're going into a
because
place where
walking
she is
into
keeping an
door
eye out on?
to the safe, let's say, there's so much space, I would presume, between when they would be aware of us and when they would be aware that we are up to something.
In that case, I suppose you have a question to answer between all of you. Do you think you're stronger when it comes to sneaking around, or do you think you're stronger when it comes to fucking shit up?
I can only speak for myself when I say that I'm really, really good at sneaking around.
That's not true. You've been around these other individuals for some time. Surely you have some insight on their abilities.
We know
With
that
the
there
right
are
circumstances, we can be pretty good at it, yeah.
magics will help to work as sneak. Magics will
Hmm,
not.
I can get us
help
into
to-
most places, assuming Ing hasn't forsaken me yet.
Can you cast your magics?
Haven't tried since.
If you
Might be
can,
good to do it now.
he's still with you.
Yeah, sure. He'll try to cast Pass Without Trace.
It, the magic releases just as it always has.
And then he'll drop it. Well, that's a plus.
Hey?
But
Sounds
yeah,
like we may need as many cards as we can to kill the benders. I find
I
it
think we
hard
might
to
actually be
believe.
able to get in and get out relatively easily.
Yeah,
Look
Hmm.
there, Ezekiel. It seems you've got a lot to converse with your new allies. I'm gonna go on a walk. And she heads out.
Stay in touch.
I'll be back within the hour. Don't go anywhere.
She'll
I
find us
find
if
it
we do.
hard to believe that if we cannot kill
Do Opal's thing before he
the
has to go.
gods,
Oh yeah.
True. Jumping over. Good call. Almost a hero point
finish
worthy
my
call.
sentence.
Wow.
Maybe.
Uh,
Yeah, you go finish your sentence. Absolutely sorry.
Tried 3 times. Point is, I find it hard to believe that we'll be able to kill a god with and not kill the Bandersnatch.
It's just a matter of time saving.
So, just before I leave, that means you're dubious, at the very least, about the dwarf's claims.
Yeah. It sounds too convenient for there to be a weapon
Sounded
that's
like
suddenly useful.
Sound like his blade could slay anything from the way he put it.
I mean, isn't this the
We should
item
doubt this.
that they were talking
individual.
about anyway? Ing and the Lantern King.
It might be. They were vague about it. They did mention that there was something that could be used to seal them.
Anyways,
Not
on my
kill.
walk, I'm gone. Sorry, I'm leaving. All right.
And an opal.
And then Opal, jumping over, you see Master Horace McLoganach behind the wind wall, as it were, as you've passed past it at this point. Or no, actually, it's been dropped as you headed out. As you wander out, and you see, oh, I see the wall's gone. Are you good to talk about what's going on, or are you? I don't know. I sense tensions is all. I feel like I came in at a bad time.
Sit with me for a while.
And he sits on the ground and just kind of like legs crossed, arms crossed.
And I will sit next to Horace Loganok. And place an arm on his shoulder. And expend a key point to use Vice of Veracity.
Hmm. What kind of save is that? Wisdom?
That's what I'm trying to find. I believe it is wisdom, but it might be. I can't remember. Let me find the actual ability.
Yeah, just confirm real quick for me.
Does this just make you cast Zone of Truth, basically?
Yeah, but it's instead of charisma based, I think it is wisdom based. What did I call it again? Did I have a name for it?
Vice
There
of
it is.
veracity.
Got it. Wisdom, yes. Failed save DC 15, I presume. Or wait, what is it based on? 8 plus wisdom plus proficiency?
Yeah, what's total?
16.
16? He looks at you, and you feel like you have a solid read on his heartbeat, his understanding his truth. He's like, oh. You're, trying to read me.
Yes.
Hang on. And you feel for a moment, there's a resistance. There's a clear block. There's a clear, like, disregard to that request, essentially, you made. But then it is gone away with as you feel the sensation breach in, as almost as if he has willingly allowed you to detect. Which is a little dubious, to be honest, but it feels just as normal as it does when you succeed. As you
Well, yeah, in my opinion, I don't feel like the initial resistance would surprise me for somebody who has actually trained their key and
I should say,
whatnot.
it's initial resistance where it's like it's met more so. It's met with an initial block where you hit a wall almost, where it's like you've been stopped,
Right.
and then it's
Yeah.
loud through. Essentially,
Yes. No. Yeah, that was clear. But like, so like to in my mind that makes sense. I
normal.
would have expected that from somebody who is a literal master of this craft. That I presumably learned this skill from them.
Absolutely.
You know. So anyhow, regardless.
So as he takes your hand and lets you through, he says, "Ask me anything. I'll be here to answer truthfully as I can."
What brought you here?
As
I know.
said,
I know that there's the device, but did you send yourself?
No, the order sent me. I was just.
Ooh.
I just happened to be the person who volunteered. Everyone was worried that you hadn't yet arrived at Deepspire. It's been enough time that we thought your pilgrimage has gone on a bit long. So you're wondering as to why. Why did your pilgrimage take longer than the rest? Usually when these
Do I
pilgrimages take a
sense
while.
that Horace is being unnecessarily long-winded to run out the minute, or are they being normally long-winded?
Inside check.
Yes.
That's a good inside check. Absolutely. With advantage because you know Horace quite well.
Oh, interesting.
He's probably one of your most interacted with individuals because he's a master and he's also blind. With a 22, it's also weird thing. It is said that the sight beyond sight can only be accessed truly by those who have no sight. So it is said that those without sight can actually reach further. Weird thing I threw in there, but anyways, with the insight as you kind of sense through, this is pretty accurate. He's long-winded. It doesn't seem like he's jerking you around. He kind of goes on.
All right. Horace, my party has good reason to be dubious of those who come to us at odd hours.
It makes total sense. His tears kind of welling up again. You've been betrayed and deceived so many times. I'm sorry.
I'm going to keep my. I'm assuming, and I'm not totally sure if this is true, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that this willingness to reveal the truth through this thing is now all even if I'm not actively casting Vice of Veracity, that I would sense the end of it. So just let me know if it ends.
You feel as he clasps with your arm, You feel something more than Vice of Veracity. It is essentially the effect of Vice of Veracity being done twice. It's him doing it to you, you doing it to him. And it is essentially establishes like a link between the two of you that
Cool.
lasts longer than the rest and
Great.
allows you to be more truthful as long as you're in this embrace.
All right, then that's fine. So
I also need you to make a wisdom save throw if you're going to resist, because it's
No, I'm not gonna
resist you too. Yeah.
I'm not gonna.
Then you're obligated to tell the truth, as is he, based on
Yes.
what you understand.
It is certainly of interest to us to pursue this artifact. We know the terror against.
Sister, it is. Your plan has you going against the Green Mother. This plan has you going against the Green Mother. And before you take any action, and he kind of just looks up to you, I just want you to know, it's so dangerous. Your path is not meant to be this deadly, and that's why I feel so bad. No initiate has to go through what you're going through. Not usually. The only reason I don't interrupt is because I have to assume it's the will of Thotum. It's the will. For your destiny, for your fate.
Horace, has there been another time when a member of our order has gone on a pilgrimage like this?
There was one time, a long time ago, and the reason it concerns me so much is because it's so similar. Again, an outsider of our order who only joined by happenstance was selected for a task far beyond what could be expected of them, and they failed.
I already know what this. I believe I already know what this task is because it was on the walls of the crypt of one of the places where we fought the vampire dwarf.
You might be pretty accurate, so go ahead and fill in if you want to jump in.
Well, so all I remember of it is having the descriptions of, so in the entrance chamber, there were statues of I believe it was six heroes of the region, one of whose like bodies were destroyed.
Destroyed, you say?
Or the statue, their statue was destroyed, and one of which I believe was actually a tabaxi, and
One of your own kind.
Indeed, and in this chamber there was one, the Ebon Hand, and I don't remember all the names. Been so long since we were there,
Frankly, neither do I. I just know that.
Is this the same tale?
It sounds fairly similar from the tale I know. This individual, the outsider, banded with a group of individuals who were resolute on protecting order, protecting law and civilization in this world. I don't know if they succeeded. I can't remember at this time, but it just scratches in my brain. And I got to research when we get back. But I suppose my point is the outsiders, those of us who aren't really accepted within our culture, I talk about dwarvish culture in particular, they have proven that they can be far more surprising than our stories would have them to believe. Because our stories paint a very specific picture of the humans, of the surface dwellers. But the picture of the humans tells a very different story.
Horace, the one thing that I think that eats at anybody that lives in these times is, well, precisely that. Always having this feeling that there's those that they pursue are always a step ahead. And that if I've felt this the whole time that I've been chasing these heralds, that if I ever let up, that the opportunity to thwart them would slip through my fingers. How
It's a natural response.
how do you overcome that feeling?
You overcome that feeling by delivering results.
Oh well, we have not had a great. Well, we've had a mediocre track record there.
From what I understand, your results have led to killing heralds.
And the death of
Based on the
allies.
circumstance. Based on the circumstance, I would say you're on a noble quest pursuing that.
But I don't want to
But-
see more allies die.
Sadly, that isn't always an option. Sometimes, if we want something really badly, if we need something to happen, we have to give something up. Sometimes that might be an ally. Sometimes that might be a belief. Sometimes that might be a truth we've held so deeply that we believe it to be fundamental to the core of our being. But it must be given up nonetheless if we're to achieve our goals.
Are you suggesting that I trade in my spirit for things that I might not otherwise be able to obtain? I don't understand. That I trade in my friends for
It's not necessarily a trade that you're willing to decide. It's more or less a trade that you have to be willing to accept. A trade that you don't know the terms of. A decision that you don't know the consequences of. That is what it means to be a leader. You have to decide. You have to choose. You have to make the decision yourself. And that decision, it could lead to the loss of the one you love most. It could not. It's something you have to be prepared for either way.
Horace. I know that the artifacts protected by Thotum are not to be used lightly, that they are to be protected.
Aye.
Beyond the Retaliator, the knowledge of the Retaliator that you've shared. Do you know of anything in our order's possession that might be suitable for our needs? Either for combat or for protection.
Based on what you've described, the nearest useful object to you is over 1,000 miles away. Besides the ones, I suppose, that might be closer, relatively, only because of planar magic.
What's the one that's 1,000 miles away?
Back at our headquarters. And I suppose if you... Let's see, where are we? If you head over to the nearest monastery of ours, which is gonna be over at old Deep Spire. That's about 890 miles away. So
At that point, I
a
might as well
1,000
walk the
miles
rest of
away.
the way. Yeah.
Aye.
All right. Well. Um. Very well. Horace, you won't help us fight this beast.
He looks at you. He looks at you without eyes, but his head adjusts towards yours, and he says,
If I even sense hesitation through this link, I will
From what you can
release
tell,
the link.
there's no hesitation. There
Hmm.
is only a forthrightedness, in fact, where he says, giving up my life is no small, or well, really, I should say, no big thing. Been willing to do it a few times in the past. But if I'm gonna do it this time, I need to be sure that it's worth it. I need to be sure that doing this will complete your pilgrimage. Will end the lesson you were supposed to earn. Not to say you haven't, just to confirm for myself that you have. Can you do that?
If we are successful, this will be the first of 3 remaining tasks before I can complete my pilgrimage.
He
But it
nods.
will be the biggest of the 3.
Aye. Your pilgrimage was a simple one. Head to the monastery in Deep Spire. Sure, multiple thousand miles away, but it had one purpose. One purpose that we could have seen shortened. The purpose that was ascribed to you was to reach a destination. The purpose was to get there, as far as you knew. But you know, we have teleportation magics in our disposal. If we simply wanted you there, we could have had you there. There's more to it than that. There's more to the path than just being given the answers by teachers, by your instructors. At a certain point, you have to decide what truth is for yourself.
I once considered leaving the path.
Would you care to ask, or would you care if I asked why?
At the time, we had just lost another ally, another friend. And there was so much anger. And I know that part of even our earliest training is learning how to calm our emotions and nothing that we learned could have prepared me for the reality that we faced.
Nothing we
And
could
much
say
of
will.
what that I thought that my training would give me insight into solving problems by getting people to work together, and much of this pain was pain that I brought about. I brought about onto others, and I had nearly lost my way. And to be honest, I don't really quite know what brought me back. But I do remember reaching a point where my anger and my single-minded focus on destroying these heralds put the rest of my friends in more danger than they already were in tackling these encounters. I got rightly berated for my rash actions. And I realized in returning that I could provide more through my focus than through my anger.
Hey. Focus is more powerful, in my opinion.
So I know the value of the path, but what if my path doesn't lead me back to Deepspire?
Then that, dear child, is your destiny, and you should follow it without hesitation. Despite what the other monks might tell you, your journey is not predestined. Sure, it might seem that way in our understanding, but the reality is that the gods and deities of far more power than us, they exist far beyond us, and as does their power, as does their influence, and as does their control. With so many hands in control, it's hard, very, very hard to carve out your own path in this world. But that is exactly what we teach. Finding your own path in a world that resists it so utterly. That is the teachings of Thotham. That is the ultimate teaching of the Order of Shrouded Sight.
Well, in that case, when we defeat these threats and you return, please let all of our brethren know that I will not be reaching Deepspire because I have found my path.
And he puts your hand on his shoulder. Aye. But remember, path is uncertain at all times. You might still reach Deepspire. But
I'll call that a
if you do
vacation.
not, fair enough. Based on your events of your pilgrimage so far, that's not that much of a stretch. But we'll only put down in your record missing in action until it's confirmed.
Fair enough.
And he puts your hand again, just trying to reach your shoulder, but can't quite. And he's like,
Would you care to join me heading
I
back to
could.
the...
I would. And I try to be as polite as I can, but I don't know if the others trust me. They seem very dubious about my presence, so maybe it's best I just depart now.
They may
The
be
message has been
dubious. They may be dubious, but only for lack of knowing you. Your
But there's
presence
so much.
isn't. Your presence
I'm
will
trying,
not be considered rude.
perhaps, in your
The only
eyes.
thing I'd advise is just don't say that you like the Green Mother. Seriously, that's like the biggest no-no right now. Oh well, one of the top 2 big no-nos. If anything, just keep the Fae names and also the Tiefling thing. Come on, Horace. Like we're better than
I was
that.
trying to like.
I know, but
Based on
Horace,
my
you
culture,
know,
I had to like accommodate.
Horace, you don't have to apologize for all dwarves.
I kind of feel like I do.
Do so through your actions, not through your words.
I suppose. Well, look, my concerns run deeper than that. From what I can tell, you've had no shortage of tricksters and deceivers in your lifetime. From your stories, you describe this shadow demon or whatever. You describe this Green Mother. You describe all these individuals, even this Tieflin individual. You describe what you know of his tribulations, and I can't help but feel, in the context, I'm just gonna come off as a deceiver. I'm gonna come off as someone who's just trying to trick them. And I hate that. I can't abide that, in fact. I'm just such an honest person that any doubt of my honesty makes me uncomfortable. But do not think this is the only thing getting in the way of me aiding you on your quest. Your path is your own to walk. You must solve these conundrums you find yourself unassisted by the masters of the Order. Otherwise, it's unfair, especially on your pilgrimage. I'm sorry. I know your pilgrimage itself seems unfair, and I even admitted that. But the Grandmasters, they agree this is the course of action to take.
Very well. Any final parting words then,
Aye.
Master Loganok? Any final teaching?
I do. I have final teachings. But I've heard so much of your journey. I would know a bit more before I offer those teachings. You've talked about your journey so far, but where has your journey led you? Do you still feel the anger, the frustration, the sheer amount of need, the need for control? One I felt so heavily for so long. Have you felt that too? Are you still feeling that?
Along the journey, I did for nearly most of the last 2 months. Some of which was inexperience, some of which was well-founded anger and frustration, certainly. And some of those feelings remain, but I think I've learned better how to channel those. Before it was to channel it towards the destruction of my enemies, and now it's. I guess the intent is to utilize it to remember how to protect my friends.
I selfishness, empathy, the desire to help those other than yourself. Those things must be obtained during your pilgrimage. But he looks at you as he turns and starts to walk away. But you must find reason for those feelings. A solid understanding of why you do those things to protect those you care about. Before you truly are worthy of being called a guardian. And he starts to just stumble off down the path away from you. Not so
Question: Do I know?
far.
Is a guardian like a thing?
A guardian is more of the way you know it. He's describing like being able to protect those you care about. You're
Okay.
gonna guard
It's
those.
not like a title amongst our
Right.
order or anything.
This is
Okay,
more
gotcha.
of a personal thing.
Yeah, I'm just gonna wait until I can't feel their footsteps.
And they're gone. I know you want to go now, but if you had anything you wanted to say to the group before you went, we'll take a break right here after you're done. But if anything else you want to say before the group as you return,
Nope.
go ahead and say it.
I'll hurry back and I'll just say, well, they were honest. They won't be staying.
Great.
Uh,
Probably for the best.
Probably for
I'm
their
glad they
best as
understood.
well.
Aye. If he wasn't feeling the steel to stand with us, best he gets away. Any who join us, they better be damn sure about their destiny.
Agreed. Is it nighttime at this point, or I have no idea what time it is.
It's 7
6
o'clock, so the
o'clock.
sun is just now set.
Can I be of any help in the preparations? I mean, I can run really fast. I can go get things. I can track down, components and whatnot for you all. I can get myself some ranged things to throw. I don't know what people would find helpful, but I can pack mule a little bit and hurry back before nightfall.
If we're planning on going to a fight with the Bandersnatch, I would recommend maybe finding some things that you can throw pretty good. Maybe a sling.
Oh yeah, that I know. I mean, is the plan? Are we gonna go fight this thing in the morning, or are we gonna go elsewhere? Right, because I mean, those are our two choices. We can either fight it in the morning, or we can do something else. But if we're gonna fight it in the morning, then I best get some stuff to be ready.
Given the immense, she wouldn't know that word. Given the size and the
largeness.
I actually would not mind giving us another day for preparation. Setting up reasonable prep, and solid plan
maybe find a location that would be easy to retreat from
Yes,
if we get into a situation that's too dire.
a strategic place. Oh, I could send little Nochi as a little scout. Potentially
Absolutely not.
that.
But before, just in case you're active Opal here, if Opal doesn't have anything else to like say this conversation, let's go ahead and take a break, a 5-minute break, 10-minute break here, and let Opal depart because 12
Mhm.
o'clock was the time he wanted to because he has a big day tomorrow, etc.
Yeah.
etc. So
Thank
let's hit that. So if
I would
anything
say
else that you
prepare
needed,
for-
if anything else any of you need to ask from Opal, say it now. Do it now because the last 50 or so minutes of the session will be without Opal. So
Yeah.
anything else you need
Yeah.
from Opal, this is the time.
In terms of like throwables, range weapons, do you have like proficiencies with anything in particular?
Darts.
Right.
Yeah, monk weapons, which will like Aster / Matt will be able to tell you all about what
Yeah,
proficiencies they have.
because I have cunning artisan, I can make like I can make things out of bone sticks and some.
Right. My
I'll admit,
guess.
like getting tool like in this hunting lodge is not gonna be a ton of question. More just I suppose like my point is here, like Opal's about to go, so if you have anything very, very,
Right.
very, very, very impactful to like say to Opal, that's something that couldn't be decided by me. Ask
Right.
Opal because I can decide a lot of things. I can tell you about the mechanics. I can tell you about like how
Right.
his class works, and so can
I
Matt.
mean, function. One of the things that's going to be a little bit weird is, I mean, this is just me like mechanically thinking about this fight. This thing is going to like, in addition to being resistant to magic, it's also going to be resistant to not magic. Right? Like, so while
Resistant to not magic, immune to magic.
right? Okay, there, yeah, exactly. So it's like, bone darts are going to be, I mean, they'll be useful, but compared to something that can like deal with this, like,
As far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong.
Hmm?
You haven't been told that it has piercing, bludgeoning, slashing resistances or anything like that.
no, we have, at least I don't think we so, but I'm just imagining for a
Non-magical
It's more
creature of
just an
this,
assumption.
yeah,
Yeah.
a creature of this size that is a living weapon, like there's no chance on Earth that, or at least in Opal's mind, is like
Cool.
it's going to resist everything that I throw at it. Like it's not going to
Just
matter.
being sure. Just being
Um,
sure. Like
No, you have not
Zero.
said that, and I have, yeah, it's just that's an assumption. That it's going to be like like hitting it with twigs, right? If I throw like a 6-inch dart at a 50-foot creature,
yeah, it's massive.
right? It's not going to
This
matter.
thing's tanky for sure. Has a ton of hit points.
Navi versus helicopters.
Yeah. So in any case, that's just so I was thinking about getting things. At least I feel like steel would do more than bone or stone. Also, we know as a group about something that is like also anti-magic, right? Or like like we learned about soul magic and some other things, like also, Aster has the dimeridium shield thing,
Yep.
right? Like that, we should do something with that because I feel like that would at least overcome some of whatever's going. I feel like that would be more effective than most things against this creature. I don't know. That's just kind of in my head.
Some ideas thrown forward, for
So
sure.
anyway, that's about all I got at this point. But
And let's take our. If no one else has anything else to like specifically ask Opal, let's take our break here. And then let's make this a short break because we don't have a ton of time. So let's make a 5-minute break. So 12.
But they didn't. And they utilized the hero subclass to like its most effective method.
Oh.
The Demigod's Passion at 3rd level allows you to grapple a creature of any size.
Good
It
feature.
tried To the battle was looking like it might. It was like, well, it seems like this creature now wants to retreat, so it attempts to. It leaps into the air, and she's like, "Nah, bitch."
Grapple.
Grapple reaction. And then she grappled a gargantuan creature.
It'll do it to you. Hero sub WCX subclasses will do it to you. You'll start to realize
Yeah.
sometimes Fungus doesn't consider everything. Not that that's one of the things, but one of the things they didn't consider is how much damage Cataphract Fighter does if you don't adjust the core design of the book that it's found in, which is Warrior's Codex. Because if you use Cataphract with the class that's designed to use Cataphract, which is Cavalry, sorry. Use Cavalry weapons with the Cataphract subclass, you are...
Damage.
You're going to do a stupid amount of damage without resources, which we had to change. Which, just going forward, if you ever see a Cataphract character, if they're using a Cavalry weapon, they'll do 21d6 per round without resources.
19
plus modifiers.
D6 plus 19. It's not much at level
It's
3.
not much. It's just
At
19
level
plus
3.
at level 3.
And they
It's
gotta
a
have
fair
a
amount of
horse,
damage.
yeah.
It's a lot. It's a lot, I'll admit. And the worst case, they have the thing they pay for this, it's not a resource, but it is an attack of opportunity. So, and they can choose if the horse or the rider takes that damage. They can essentially split the damage between the two.
Yeah.
More
Give
or less.
all your enemies Sentinel.
That's true. That's one way to solve it. Or you could say horses can't do damage when they're mounted, because otherwise they do an extra 46 of damage because
of the hooves.
there's a lot of fucky rules, I'm not gonna lie,
I thought
with mounted combat and how
the
it
only
works
I
out.
thought that the only animal companions that could attack were ones that the player did not have control over, or the Beastmaster Ranger.
Untrue, unfortunately, based on how the wording
No,
of
quite literally. It's in the class. If you
yeah.
Oh, the
you
class
can
has
use
that.
if you use your Lancer's charge as a bonus action, you can have your horse attack, and if your horse moves, they get cavalry, so they become 4d6 right themselves.
Yeah, it gives way too many d6 to the cavalry class, which
we talking
about
Cataphract
I think it
broken
only
shit?
I think it only does it to Cataphract. I don't think mounts can attack otherwise.
Mounts do not attack otherwise.
What I understand?
Part of having control over the mount, you give up its attack benefits.
Unless you have mounted combatant, then you're.
I don't think
like,
mounted
with the-
combatant allows
with
the horse
Warrior's
to attack
Codex,
either.
it
just
does.
gives them evasion. Oh,
with
it
the
does?
Warrior's Codex, it does. It allows
Ah.
you to do a bonus action attack, which then again brings in the issue of more or less, maybe not 21 or 19d6, but it's still a high amount for any class. So there's some things to consider there. The main thing we considered is get rid of horses being able to attack while they're mounted. That's more or less the main fix, but there's more to consider than that. But yeah, cavalry's sus.
I haven't taken the time to go over the math yet.
Yeah, cavalry sus. More important, cataphract sus. Also, mounted combatant sus. That seems to be the sussiest things. From that I can remember.
Cavalry weapons, I think, are fine because it's just an additional D6.
No, it's not.
No, it's
2d6.
not.
It's
It
two-
recently
No,
got
it's
pretty mega
two
buffed.
damage
Oh, they-
dice.
Oh, it's
Oh,
two
it got
damage
buffed.
dice. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
So a
two damage
lance that's a
dice.
D12 is actually 3d12.
3d12. Yeah.
I thought that the additional D6 was fine when it was. I
Probably.
was like, that's a nice thing to have.
It's a nice little additional thing. Now it's a lot, but we'll look at that as it goes on because it's somewhat comparable to some other WCX stuff, but not necessarily with how easy it is to obtain necessarily. Because like we said, anyone can get on a mount, they can get cavalry weapon, and they'll do just about as much damage as a cataphract would, except for a few exceptions. But with mounted combatant, that being said. But if we change that, if we change mounted, or if we just make a few rule changes, we kind of adjust that. But the fix we have works, but I don't think it's a permanent fix, and we need to still kind of consider it because I think changing the damage scaling from cataphract is the right way to go. But that doesn't change like the 14 or 15 or 16 or whatever, how many D6. It's a teen number of D6 would apply
Wizard
even
level
without
number-
all those changes. Yeah,
Wizard level dice with
without resource.
the fighter.
No resource cost at level 3,
And then when you get action surge in there, don't even get started.
which is also
But-
at level 3.
That's true. But that being said, not anything to worry about right now. Let's go ahead and wrap up this session because we have a little bit of time here left. Let's go ahead and get the last little bit of conversations here, or even action / preparations made before the hunt actually goes underway, or begin the hunt. To you, doesn't matter. Either way's fine. But you all find yourselves in the hunting lodge, as it were. Opal returns, sits a little bit contemplatively, answers some of your questions there, and then kind of goes into a little bit of a quiet stance as she contemplates the moves ahead. But the rest of you are left to consider what final actions to make. Or, if you're ready, just go ahead and let's get this thing underway. Up to you.
I don't think we are
So,
near ready.
Taking my opinions and fill-ins out of the equation seems to be a lot of me directing things and a lot of pushback. So I'm wanting to know, Resta, just you, what would you have us do? What do you want to do? The Tane, the Green Mother, Radagon, Heralds, just spit it out. What do you want?
I think we've got a better bet stealing that sword than we do fighting the Tane. Steal it and get out. That's the best idea that I can think of right now from what's on
And
the
then
table.
What's the next
Dylan
step?
kind of like puts her hand at your shoulder and like looks at you, and she whispers into your ears again. You know as well as I do. That's a suicide mission as much as ours is.
Is
as
he
long as
gonna
the
like
Green Mother's
hold up
life.
his hand kind of in her face, like
And she just
hold.
stops.
the fingers up, like not now.
I would
What
prefer
comes
for
after
us
the sword?
to- After the sword,
Let's
Time
say
isn't on our
hypothetically the
side.
sword does what the dwarf said it does.
we fight Ragadon. Then the Tane, then the Green Mother.
Okay. Now, in the hypothetical that the sword doesn't do what the dwarf says it does,
We fight the Tain, we fight the Green Mother, we fight Ragadon.
okay. But step one, get the sword.
I think that the sword is the best bet we've got in arming ourselves for the near future. One
Okay.
that doesn't necessarily need to involve all of us. It's difficult because we are here now, and I told you that we would fight the Tain, and I want to make sure that I want to be a person of my word. I told you I will help you fight the Tain. I told you I will help you with the Green Mother, and that is true. I just,
Order of operations?
with our current resources, the fact that we're going to have so many people out of commission, I do not see the Tain as a viable solution of attack currently.
What about you, Nanan? If it were up to you, what would the next step be from here?
I am
Herald's
of,
sword, Green Mother, Radigan. Ignore all of it.
I am of similar mind too, right? I think if we are realistically talking about fighting the Bandersnatch right now without the sword, then we have so many things to consider just to simply not die. With the sword, less chance of dying.
And what if the sword doesn't do what the dwarf says? What if the sword doesn't even exist? Then what?
Then I will know what the dwarf tastes like.
And then when you've had your fill, then where would you have us go? If you made the decisions.
Then we honor our word and we kill the Bandersnatch with whatever perspective we have gained. With more time to consider how best to kill it. And the big thing for me right now is I do not want to go out in the morning. I do not think we are ready. I think if we were to go out first thing, first light, we are going to die.
For the Tain or for the sword?
For the Bandersnatch.
So what would you have us do before? What's the next step, Nanan? Because you
If
do
we
have
do-
a ticking clock.
Yes. I would like to go after the sword. If we do not go after the sword, I think we spend a day preparing a fortified prep or strategy for us to hold the Bandersnatch.
Go after this blade. I'm sorry, Ezekiel. I know you told me not to talk. We go after this blade. We don't need the Bandersnatch if it does what it says. Or what the dwarf says.
If it's just a matter of time, and if this blade does all that it is rumored to, if it will make us so powerful that we can easily kill God, then
From what I heard, the
Bandersnatch
dwarf
will
didn't
be
say
small
easily,
things.
just said it could kill a god.
If it does all that is rumored to, then Bandersnatch will be no problem. If it cannot do all that it's said, then we are no better off than we are right now.
You're just a day behind. Or more.
And that they gained for marinating on what we can do.
Sure. And what about you, Nephthys?
He's sitting in his chair. He's probably leaning back. I came here to kill
If
the
you're going to make a
Bandersnatch.
decision right now,
I would fight the Bandersnatch. I don't know about time. And I'd rather, once we're at the Rose Petal Throne, just do what we're there to do, rather than get something, come back, go there. It's a whole hell of a lot of back and forth for
Or
something
at the
we
very
don't know.
least, we'd have a backup plan if we were cornered by the Green Mother. We'd have something that could work against her. Imagine if we get into the Fliphill Throne and we go deeper, and then she finds us. We find her. We don't have the sword yet,
Right.
and we're left without an option
Yeah.
against this immortal being.
We can pretend
Terrifying.
that it's easier to go get this just because we're very sneaky. But do you know what protections you're going to have to bypass to get to that thing? Asked Resta.
Godly ones. Or as
Do you know
much
the
as you can
servitors
imagine.
that will be watching? Do you know if the Green... Do you think you almost lost your mind trying to look at an eldest, and you think you're going to sneak under one's nose? It seems insane.
And for what it's worth, the Green Mother is the goddess of intrigue.
Aye. Deceptive bitch.
The Fae spies are who worship her.
Makes me sick.
But it does sound like all of you think that this Tane is worth pursuing instead of ignoring completely. And then what if we go after this Bandersnatch, sword or not, and we do bring it down? And what if Silen's wrong? What if the
Well-
Bandersnatch brings us no closer to bringing down the Green Mother? What
In
if this
regards
is...
to that, permission to speak candidly. There, Commander.
We better be with it.
Aye. Well, I would ask, from the others, how resolute are they on slaying this Bandersnatch? Seems like, if you forgive my impotence, seems like they're just telling you what you want to hear. It's happened before.
I want to hear what
I-
they have to say. If we kill this Bandersnatch, and all we have is the carcass of a dead beast, and nothing more.
It's so much blanket.
It'd kill me on the spot for being wrong.
That doesn't bring us any closer to bringing down Ragadan or the Green Mother.
Then I'll
Then
walk
where do we
into
go?
whatever
Do we pursue the
construction
heralds?
you described to turn me into a tier. I will be of use one way or another.
If the
If I
tears are
may
useful,
interrupt.
we'll cross that bridge later. I can always get more.
Silen.
Aye.
I would not attack you or blame you for being wrong. You are making your decision with the knowledge you have in front of you. I do not hold any grudge against you. Secondly,
Doesn't
I have
excuse
already
failure.
died to protect Zeke. Wasn't successful, but I don't
Wish
plan
I
on
could
dying
claim that
again,
honor.
and I'm going to be protecting them.
Guys, we're getting sidetracked for the
Yeah.
thousandth time. If we kill the Bandersnatch and gain nothing from it, then we are back to the square we're at now, or at least to the square we were at a few days ago.
You're right, Commander. There's a decision to make. There's multiple decisions to make. There's so
And it
many.
is
If you
either
could
do we
please
pursue the
shut
Green
up.
Mother, or do we pursue Ragadan, or do we pursue the Heralds? If this Tang thing is a waste of our time, what's next? We need to think about these things now, so when the time comes,
We can move.
we can move quickly, because you all are running out of time.
Yes. Well, let's revisit how killing the Tane, assuming everything is correct.
According to Silen, if we kill the Tane and we get access to its heart, it holds
forge
a
a weapon.
weakness for the Green Mother. A
Aye.
piece of her
By
essence that we
losing
can
its
use to bring her down. If we kill the Tane, we get a weakness.
I'm not gonna lie. If we were going to imbue any weapon to do whatever this, or this enchantment, I should say, it would best be logicked that this sword, if it exists, that's a big dubious if. I've never heard of such a thing. But if it exists, perhaps that could be the weapon to gain the enchantment and be even further powerful against the Green Mother. But hey, I don't know. This dwarf, it's too convenient. It could be a trick from an eldest, and I just don't like it.
So, what we do, in my opinion, when if the Bandersnatch does not pan out,
If the Bandersnatch does not
think-
pan out, we're all going to be
excuse
dead.
me, Silen.
Aye. Continue, but just know
So-
what I said.
If the Bandersnatch does not work out, I'm going to try and save as many lives as we can. I think that going after the Heralds going after the Heralds will bring us closer to Ragadon and at least thin his heart. We then just go up the chain. I think that Heralds till Ragadon would be our.
Then I have a
movement.
follow-up question.
Alright.
If we deal with the Tang and gain nothing, and then we move ahead with that plan, that the next best step, because we have nothing to bring down the Green Mother and we have nothing to bring down Ragadan, is to go after the Heralds. If I were to die against the Tang, you all are without me. The rest of you are still here, but not me, and not Silen. Could you still take down the Heralds?
I think so.
I think so too. Great. Then let's move ahead with this. I think I agree with Silen and with Nefsis that the Tane, it may be off-putting, but it's possible.
Are the others as
Nefsis has the
confident
arm
as-
of someone who's done it. Apparently, Nanan's carrying the sword of someone who's done it. That says it's doable.
True.
Right.
And once this is done, we can take its heart. Maybe Silen will be able to know if she's right. And then we can go to the Green Mother's Court. And then if we find the sword, great. If we don't, we use the heart anyways. And we try to deal with it. If the Bandersnatch does not pan out, too many of us die, or if the heart is useless, then you all can proceed with the heralds, and I'm going to return to my city.
The rest of you sure? You can take on these heralds?
They were doing it before I joined. They can do it after. And Anand's back. You've even got
Sorry.
your little gnome friend.
Anon,
You've got an orc that can help.
again, research into each of you individually. Have you personally actually killed a herald? Or at least been part of it?
Cobram.
Which one?
The squishy one.
Nefsis will take out his little bottle.
Oh. Is that supposed to be one of them?
It turned into like a weird gooey thing with a bunch of arms.
Aye.
Weird fight.
Well, she's confident. Are you? Tiefling? Shifter?
There is no reality where I don't kill Xanthus.
Good.
Do we know who Xanthus is?
Doesn't matter.
Is Xanthus the one that did the
Yes.
stuff to your daughters?
That vengeance, that drive, I understand it. It doesn't matter where he is. This one will find him.
I was hired in confidence to kill a herald before I knew he was one. Well, to retrieve him. Probably just gonna axe him when I find him. I'm confident that I can kill some more. We've done.
Not just someone. A herald. They command the power of the eldest.
We've done it before. We'll do it again.
Well, of everyone here, I know how fearsome a tank can be. Silen knows how fearsome a tank can be.
That's what I'm
And
worried about.
Nefsis and Anan are holding proof that they can be killed. And I don't think that the sword Nanan is holding happens to be this one of legend in the court, and I don't think that Nef's arm looks quite like a blade, so it's not necessary to kill one. So with everyone agreeing, loosely, I say we go after the Tane tomorrow. We don't have to fight it tomorrow. We don't know necessarily where it is. But I think that we begin single-mindedly hunting the Tane, whatever process that may be, and we do not get distracted with the mother, with Ragadan, with the heralds, with whatever petty squabbles may be going along with all of us. Nobody's teacher is going to come up again and distract us and slow us down. We go for the Tane, and then after the Tane, Scylla decides if it's useful. After that, either we continue for the Green Mother, or we go after the Heralds, and I vow to stick with you all to pursue Xanthus. Once he's dead, Scylla and I are gone, and the Heralds are on your heads. And I'll pursue the Green Mother in my domain. And the fate of your plane is up to you. It's not my business.
Hey, that's acceptable.
Great. Now I'm gonna go to sleep. Someone can take watch or they cannot. I don't care. But do not disturb me tonight.
I'll find rest as well. A ways off. On my own. I have to be.
I'm gonna head outside.
Kind of
for a
looks
bit.
over to you, Zekian, hoping for a glimmer of recognition.
No, he is like stone-faced.
She looks away very quickly.
I'm gonna go outside for a bit so you can sleep well. I love you.
Sure. We can start this again tomorrow.
Aye.
But no more arguments, no more discussions.
And you step outside Zekian, and the cold air hits you, and it's just makes your goosebumps kind of stand on end as you just kind of head out and just take a deep breath of fresh air from the hunting lodge. The smell of dead animals and tanned leathers is gone, at least a little bit. And you have a smell of the wild once more.
Yeah, Zeke is going to go find a secluded spot outside of this little hunting shack or whatever, like maybe into the edge of the woods or something, until he can't hear the rustling of the shack or any walking around, just the kind of silence of the woods. And then he is going to like lean into the crook of a tree, and then he is going to recite his oath in Druidic over and over and over until he passes out.
As you're starting to head away, is anyone else doing anything in that moment as Zegan heads out the door?
And now Scylla knows his oath because I'm assuming that she's following roughly to be near him.
She would be following at a distance.
I pull up that card that I got in Emberwell. A black card from that businessman. I don't know if you can hear me. I've got a feeling that you've got friends in dark places. I'd like to talk to them about making a deal.
How dark of places are you looking to see? You hear from emerging from the card.
The blackest pits you can find.
You got it! And then the voice cuts off.
Follow Rasta outside.
I'll put away the card as it's here. Oh, hey Nadon. What's up?
Rest. Given your fighty past,
Aye.
I wonder if maybe we have insight to share.
On what?
Me with catching beasts and you with catching clever beasts.
I've been told, I mean, it doesn't track as much as it does nowadays in this kind of place. But I do
Hang
hunt the most
on!
dangerous game.
You hear a
What?
muffled sound. Where exactly are you?
I'll give him the location, the name of the place, the hunting lodge.
Cool. That's all I needed to know. And you hear this tune and on, just like shouting out loud from the pocket. It sounds a little muffled, but it's like from the pocket of like wherever she's
Pull
keeping the
out the
card.
black card.
It-
Aye, insight. Just talking to a business partner. So, I think I can. Aye, hunting monsters. I don't hunt monsters. Well, I have different sense. Monsters, people. I would love to hear any insight you can give me into tracking down the beast. In how to fight them.
Is art, I suppose you could say. But I'm wondering more on, like, in terms of, right, ensnaring.
Oh,
Baiting.
trapping. If I were to pick a location, I find that I have the most luck when you limit their movement. If there's like, I don't know, if there's like a mountainside or hillside caves, something, a wall that we can press them against. They only have two directions to go or forward. They don't have a method of retreat, and it makes them panic, bad decision making.
Yes. Lure them into maybe a large cave.
Aye, large cave could work. Limiting their abilities to go up or down could be useful. It's kind of a bitch to take care of things that are trying to go up. I've never caught anything that flies.
It's
It
very
doesn't fly.
difficult. Munachi and Vivesh were very good at.
My
think
knowledge.
This one, the Bindersnatch.
Mm.
I think it would be very good at climbing zone.
It is. I believe we were told that it is an excellent climber. The other thing I know about intelligent creatures like people
What
is that they
if?
always. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just had the candle flickered on. What if we do not try to catch the benders?
Okay.
What if we catch ourselves?
We make ourselves look trapped, so pick a position that it wants to attack us.
Yes.
It lets us choose the area.
Hmm.
I wish we could get it to a place that. I want to know more about the faded wildlands.
As you're
What's
talking,
that?
there's a sudden noise as a doorway opens up on a nearby tree, and
Oh,
out steps a
this is
hooded
cool.
elf with an armband bearing the sigil of the Golden Hand. She approaches Resta. There she is. Resta? Any of you Resta? You Resta? One of you Resta?
Aye.
Was told to deliver a letter.
Okay.
Here you go. Oh, before I do, confirmation that you're a member of the Hand.
I pull out a signet ring.
Takes a
And I
close
put it
look.
on.
Good. She's here. Read it in private. She hands you a letter. And then, as she snaps her fingers, the doorway opens up once more. She walks through. And in that, just like in a like almost like a 12-second interaction, she's gone.
Resta is now visibly shaking.
You okay? We need something to eat.
Maybe I need to be.
It's in your inventory
alone
there.
for a
As the
bit.
letter to Resta sealed by the sigil of the Golden Hand.
Mouthful.
We'll talk more about this maybe later tonight. I'm sorry.
Okay. And then I go and bloop Resta on the nose.
It might have been a comforting gesture at one point, but now it is seemingly met with just cold indifference.
I do not notice. I go up.
Exactly. It's very familiar to you, in fact.
Before we cut out to the rest, I'm just gonna head up to wherever I presume Resto is going to be sleeping. Cast Beast Sense and send Noachi out for a little bit of a scouting mission looking for cave terrain.
Yeah, just kind of hovering around the area. Make a note of that in your notes because it'll probably be something we get to next session. So remind me next session, essentially, is more or less what I'm telling you. But yeah. Yeah, she flies out the door and hovers over the area. But Resta, you wander away a little bit, grasping hold of this letter. It's up to you to make sense of it how you will.
Where is the location on the map again? As in, where the letter, what the place that the letter is mentioning.
Do you remember the location in question? Anybody? Do you?
Right?
I feel
Can
like
you tell
that
me who
was-
owned this? If whose
that was
last name
Colburn's
was owned?
place, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so it's just north of Greymouth, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's just I have the thing here. I believe it's like right here, if I remember right. But let me check my notes because it's deep within my notes to find that thing. I can check it. Hang on.
Wait,
It's-
which are we looking for exactly? When would we have heard this?
It's where we went to go
Long-
fight
you were-
Colburn.
You were here. It was the last thing you were here for before your departure.
I think the session before we met Zeke, right?
Yeah,
Yes. More or less. But Zekian was no, yeah. It was before because you were there. Zekian wasn't.
the
Absolutely
South Tier.
Roldurga estate.
Oh,
correct.
not South
Rold-
Sea. South
yeah.
Scar.
Yeah, Roldurga estate is north of Greymouth, if I recall correctly.
Just checking the letter here. Unfinished correspondence. Oh, where was this? Thought I had a map here somewhere. I gave you guys a thing. You know where it is, unless I'm pretty sure it's right here in this spot. But I'm trying to find the
Oh, is it was it east?
thingy
Southeast? Oh.
that had like a picture of one of these like documents.
I
One of these
remember a
little things
map
I
that
made.
had-
Yeah, here it is. I found it. Okay, cool. It's okay. Gotcha. It's right here. It's like between the Shrine of Law and the Sinsum. Wait, that can't be right. Oh, that isn't right. It's right here to the west of this Messenger Eagle relay post, just south of Moongate. There we go. We got
Yeah.
there. It's in that hex right there.
This one? Oh, okay.
I'll even make a pen of it so I don't forget.
And these are 2 hours per hex.
With they're 12 miles each, and if you don't, if you're just traveling on the road or using flying mounts to ignore terrain, you can travel at 30 miles per day at your fastest pace.
Fuck.
And you can go as the crow flies essentially.
Yeah.
So it'd be like almost like a 2-day,
It would be a 2-day
ish
there
day
and
journey.
2-day back.
Yeah.
I'll go to Nefsis.
Where do we find Nefsis at this time?
You're
You're
muted.
muted. Oh, muted on
sorry.
Discord. There.
Ness is probably just in whatever lodging he took his room.
A small, they offered room and board to you. What that essentially equates to is a small barracks, more or less, where there's a few empty beds from hunters who have lost their lives or simply haven't been recruited yet, waiting for you. And then those beds you can fill. But it's like a bunk bed situation, like a barracks.
Yeah. All right. I'll just sit on the bottom of the bunk.
And you walk into that back bunk room to see there, Neff says, sitting on the bottom bunk, contemplating. Who knows?
Nefsis.
Yeah. What's up?
And she seems to be on the brink of kind of turning invisible. She's becoming even transparent. I just got a letter.
Okay.
I will write down its contents and hand that copy to Nefsis, but I'll send him the letter for ease of use.
Oh, easy of use. I think you can just click the icon
Copy
and
it.
it'll put it in chat. Well, I think if you just click the icon, it'll like link it in chat, like a spell would, and then everyone can read it. But if you're gonna show it in Nefsis, might as well be like a meta thing.
Yeah, okay. I mean, if you want to click the button, then you can.
Oh. Okay.
You have to click it, I think.
I just sent him the thing.
Oh, you sent it. Fair enough. There you go. Oh, trade feature, even better. That's
Yeah.
hot. I like that.
Oh, I'll give it back. Hold on.
No. Trade
No,
feature's
I
good.
know. I'm gonna give it back because I don't need it now. It's posted in chat.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
As you look at it over, read it, hand it over.
Who is this from?
I was sitting outside and a woman came out of a portal bearing a mark from the Golden Hand. She handed me the letter. Said to read it in private, but, well, I read the letter myself. You're reading a different one. I will not lie, I am tempted. It's a fucking trap, and I know it is, but I'm tempted.
Resta, I want you to be truthful with me right now. What did you
Aye.
do in Greymouth for those 3 weeks?
In Greymouth, I found out that it is an utter shambles and chaos. The association has taken over in its entirety. The House of Law has been turned into a drug den. I went to go talk to Ferrano, as I was hoping. I mean, he'd be dumb to stay there. And I met another man. A strange fellow. He said he's human, and he didn't seem to register as a fiend. But he had ways of getting things. Dark powers and dark places.
You know, I swear one time we spoke, and I thought you wanted to be past all this shit. But it seems like you run back to it at the earliest inconvenience.
I'm horrified that I'm not good enough as I am now to be by your side. And I can't let your death be because of my incompetence.
He's gonna hold the letter and be like, just tell me right now. Is this who you are? I'll believe you.
Every second since we've been out of the forest, I have been staring over my shoulder in horrifying paranoia that Barnabas will be on us and a fight will happen there, then and there. That he'll be at the most inconvenient place because It would be the most advantageous for him. I don't want to be a part of Han's. At least,
Resta,
he's horrifying to me.
did you come to me for permission or forgiveness? Because I'm not going to give you either. Do what you have to do. Apparently, nothing I say matters, so I'm not going to try to bring anything up here. And he's just going to drop the letter.
Falls to the ground slowly. It just before it lands gently on the ground.
I'll take the letter and I'll toss it onto the other one. Could you burn that for me?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll burn it.
Just like your hand turns into a lighter.
And if you've got the time, when all this is said and done, let's try and make Emberwell a better place. Not Emberwell, Greymouth a better place.
He's gonna give you a smile, but it's like, it's empty. He's like, yeah, of course.
Nefsis. Thank you for always being real with me.
Yeah, well, I've had enough lying, I think. At least for now.
Yeah. Thank you.
Of course. Does Resta go anywhere?
She'll...
All of your supposed selective resting places, you don't have to sleep in here, but they were offered to you, are within this bunk room.
I think just because, just to try, Nefsis is gonna pray to Sarenrae. See if you can't get any help of some kind, or...
Do you want a divine intervention?
I do want to try.
Let's see it up. Yeah.
No.
Hey, wait, hang on. Are you level
54?
Are you level
54?
54?
You
Or
know what?
higher?
or higher?
No, I'm not.
I don't know,
Just
DM,
checking.
is he? Technically,
Just
your call.
checking. Just
Honestly,
checking.
he doesn't have a say in the matter. Whether or not this works is entirely your decision.
Just checking if he's level 54. Once he earns that level, which I will give to him in an appropriate
could
amount of
be.
time.
At merely a word of yours, he could be level 54. Just
Tempting.
a light gesture, a hand wave.
could-
Well,
54.
at that not working, Nefsis is going to kind of in a rush get out of his bed and kind of like make his way outside. He's gonna go like very far away, but not into the woods. He's just gonna go very far away from the lodge, and then he is just going to thaumaturgy yell as loud as he can.
Far enough so they don't hear it.
It doesn't matter. He wants.
You
to,
got it. You
it's
just go off
loud.
into the woods, and yeah, you hear a bellowing roar of frustration, of perhaps a lack of
It's a lot of lack of
control.
Yeah, lack of control. Nefsis really wants to be in control all the time, but he is definitely not right now, and it is getting to be a lot
Great.
for him.
And that emotion that's coming out, it's deep. Comes from a feeling of knowing you know you're right, knowing that deep down you've lived longer than most of these people, maybe save for Zekian, but even then that's dubious because he's had his lifetimes cut off experience-wise, more or less, from the whole. It's unfortunate. But that cry, that bellowing, somewhat depressing
Oh.
call.
And one more thing while he's out here. No, never mind. He's gonna he takes out his wife's skull and he thinks about burying it But he's like, no, I'll make you whole. I'll bring you back. And he's just planning on reburying it.
With that final mournful cry, that last bellow, that I'll let you set the DC though, of how hard it is to hear it, depending on how far you wanted to go. But I would have those of you who might have been listening, which is really all of you, make the three of you here essentially, make a perception check, and I'll let you decide the DC of if they heard anything of the bellowing.
How far away would Nachi have been?
Close enough that I would give you advantage on it, because of your circling around. You're moving through the area. The sound could have probably picked up on it.
Oh,
Zeke's trying to sleep. Would this just be like passive perception?
Passive or with disadvantage, up to you.
Yeah, just passive, because he's just reciting his oath to himself over and over. So he's not trying to listen to anything else. He tried to go to a quiet spot. So if this happens, it would be purely him just passively hearing it.
Yeah, I mean, Resta and Anon definitely.
What's
hear
your
it.
passive perception?
19.
Oh.
Yeah, I was saying it's pretty fucking high
Yeah.
with a goddamn.
Yeah, this was trying to go outside of Zeke's, rage, but obviously he's thaumaturgic because not necessarily trying to be quiet about it. So Zeke probably hears.
I mean, I'll try it with disadvantage just to see if he... Sorry.
Yeah, totally. You like wake up,
tried.
you
I
perk
like
up,
that
your
shit.
ears are like.
I think he's like repeating his little Hail Marys, basically trying to go to sleep, and like there's a sound, and he's trying really hard to fucking ignore it. But it just, his ears, it just makes him perk up even more. It goes from a 19 to an unwilling 27.
27. Oh, I hear it all. The pain. And I will say,
It's one of
just
those
kinda
things where like
bring
when
it
you're
back into the-
trying to go to sleep, right? Like you're trying to zone out, and then just like the sound
hear
of your own
everything.
fucking breathing is like deafening. It's that.
you
And
hear
he's just getting annoyed.
the sound. The sound. You've heard beast before. It's not so dissimilar to that of a wounded or even dying boar in some ways.
Yeah, Zeke doesn't actually know what this could mean, and at the moment he is unwilling to deal with it, so he is just going to keep doing what he's doing, and if Nephthys is being attacked, if Nephthys can't deal with it, he can't deal with the Tane.
Absolutely. And with that final bellow, with that cry of desperation to be heard for their will, we'll leave this session for now. Nephthys at the edge, in more than one way, both literally at the edge of the party in the sense of being far away from them, making these cries, but also metaphorically, where it's one of those things where as we get into our decompression, where clearly, based on the events have come across, Nephthys is definitely under some stress. That isn't unique to Nephthys, of course. All of you under some stress, but it's worth noting for the next session, based on that bellowing cry for sure. So, with that, that is where, for now, we will call it. I'll put us back on the landing screen here.
Nephthys is legitimately difficult to approach. Like he's just like, there is such a underlying, like him and Zeke right now have this constant underlying anger. At least Resta can be like, hey, Zeke's being a bitch. Nephthys has consistently been angry the whole time, and it's just like, I don't know if I should talk to him, because if I do, we might blow up. I'm not like.
From my understanding, his anger comes from an internal issue that has yet to be resolved.
Yeah, it's just like.
Same.
What's the issue?
Jeez, join the club. Same. I knew we were alike.
It's a matter of figuring out what exactly that issue is and how to engage in it. Up to you to how you want to engage in it, but depending on how you, I guess you as a player and you as a character want to see Nepsis develop, it's important to mention that depending on how you interact with him will determine that largely. So he's hurting,
yeah.
that's for sure.
I mean, like,
All of you, I should say, not just. I'm not targeting that at you, Resta.
yeah,
It's
no,
all
no,
of
for
you.
sure.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Nepsis isn't mad at the party necessarily. He just
Yeah,
he
he's
keeps
gotta-
seeing like mistake after mistake, and like at first he was he's a dad, so he's like, I'm gonna let you make your mistakes, but the fact that like mistakes keep happening and yeah, the
starting
lack
to
of
affect me.
control now that like there's nothing he can do in any regard. It sucks.
Yeah.
Scary, terrifying. It's an overwhelming feeling to
Some
be
might
a
say
creature of such
spooky.
power as a 10th/11th level PC and feel helpless. That's
I also
terrifying.
imagine that he's had a long life of living, being
Exactly.
the one who is in control, and to not have that.
He's always
is-
been in control.
His magic and his powers allowed that. His knowledge, his experience, his existence has always allowed that.
Is he a top or a power bottom?
Depends on the mood.
Does depend.
Ah, okay.
Regardless of his elevation,
But always,
he's always
power bottom if he's bottom. It's always power.
He's the one
It's
that
power
everyone-
top or power bottom. The top or bottom is irrelevant. The power is where the line is drawn.
I try to be.
And if
bottom
you have the
once,
power,
I
it's
wasn't
because he
fan.
wants you to.
He wants you. That's the power.
It's 'cause you
Exactly.
don't.
Ah, yes.
You only
The
think you do.
dominance
Oh,
Whatever
boy.
power you feel is artificial, granted to you. You have the
I'll say-
luxury.
We're at a bit of a, from what I can tell, based on the session, a 3, maybe even 4, maybe even 5 pronged crossroads. Scary how we're gonna, which
Sounds
path
like
we're
there's
gonna
not
go
a
down.
crossroads at all. It sounds like now we were at a wild crossroads and now it has been laid out into a straight path.
Depends on your perspective.
I mean, I
Hopefully.
guess there's always
on your
the
perspective.
discussion
Ooh,
of
mysterious.
how we're gonna get there to the Bandersnatch. 'Cause I'm-
There's gotta be a lot of time of like figuring out where the fuck this thing is, right?
We'll find it.
I mean, we'll find
Yeah.
it because
It's
we have
very
to.
large.
We'll find it.
We'll find it
It doesn't
largely.
matter. Nothing else matters because we decided this
Yeah.
is the step. So
We're going to
we
find
it.
It's just about where.
Relatively, it's a 12, 14, 15 mile like area to explore. It's a big area. It's not so big. The reason this creature hasn't been oftenly spotted isn't because it's elusive, it's because it kills everything it comes across. That's
Yeah.
the reason there's not a lot of stories about it. It's not like it's hard to find. It's just if you find it, you're gonna die. That's kind of the vibe. It's not hard to find. It really
imagine
isn't.
how close together trees naturally grow, and how easily this gargantuan creature will just mow down any trees in its path. I don't think it's going to be hard to find.
Oh yeah. We need to. We
Not
can't
gonna be-
let
like, it-
decide
it's
the
fair to say.
location.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the scary part. Knowing where it is before it knows where you are, that's another thing. That's a whole nother thing entirely. Which is the scary part because of its abilities. If it gets the jump on you fellas, I'm just saying, just be careful. Rip in peace. I don't know.
Dread ambusher or some shit. And it comes
Yeah.
in. It's just like, ah, yes, 30d10 damage plus 47.
You're dead.
points.
It's an apex predator. Let's put it like that. It's a weapon
Its bite
designed to
attacks are
kill.
And
actually
its prey
power
are
would kill.
magic users.
Its prey
Chances
is
of
magic
Verona are
users.
Very much in danger. Except Verona can
Yeah.
go into ice form. I don't know if that's magic.
I
Like,
mean, she'll be a popsicle for this fucking thing for
It's
a while.
important, like kind of like meta-wise, and like Zeke can probably know this a little bit. Like, kind of going into the logic of like these creatures are usually coded to attack certain individuals. The fact there's a magic's bane into the Bandersnatch might mean it might prioritize individuals with a lot of magic. Hard to say.
Could it
Could be.
possibly
Could not
prioritize
be.
somebody that has the same arm that killed? I guess not this one. I guess a different one.
Was that
That seems
was the
unlikely.
Jabberwock a Tane or was
True.
that a
The Jabberwock is explicitly a Tane.
a Tane.
Absolutely.
Okay. So the fancy named ones, I thought for a second it's like there are species. There's a species
You get
of
anything?
Jabberwock.
There are, but the Tane are like. So like you have the Tane, which
are
would you
these
describe?
beings that were
like
created by
this.
the eldest for the,
Think like this.
Yeah.
the purposes of being
Tane.
terrifying.
Tane is the word for guns. Guns describes assault rifles, shotguns, pistols, etc.
Okay,
A Tane is a gun. A Jabberwock is an assault rifle, etc., etc. It's like a subcategory.
And this dude duked it out with
One of the
With one of
Tane.
these.
assumingly the
He
gambler
and
is the-
probably many others based on the understanding.
Yeah. I mean, the non also that thing's gonna have to be a +3. I don't care what you say.
Yeah.
Oh
It
wait,
makes me
no.
nervous.
It's probably why the other
guy.
guy died.
Probably won't matter because it
turns
doesn't
to
matter what the
0.
plus is.
Yeah,
It's a
when
0.
you get into that magic range, it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
fuck.
it's not a 25-foot long greatsword, so it's not going to work. You
Yeah,
just
let me
hit him
like
with a sword.
get it clear. Like, if I haven't been up to this point, this thing fucks over most of your abilities. Most of you are maybe not useless. I don't want to describe it like that, but you're heavily hampered in this fight. You might not be able to win this fight. I'll say that. But I want to say that I think you could. Maybe. But like as a DM, just kind of like as like a courteous thing, like you could win this. It's not a thing that's impossible, and it's not even a thing that's so
Luck is
unimaginable.
gonna have to be on our side, though.
It's luck and preparation. And I know you might like fuck you, DM, about
no.
that particular thing about the preparation thing, because it's like, well, what can we do to prepare? And in that regards, I would respond anything
Kill
because
a
you
lot
have
of
alternative
boars,
options.
grind, multi-class into
You could-
fighter twice.
a lot of
Everyone get
flowers.
action surge, and let's just send it.
You could the point is there's alternative options.
I mean, I can dispel it, and then we'd have one round to.
one round of spell casting, which could be the difference.
Marana also has
Oh, wait.
access to dispel magic.
But at
It has
6th
to be
level,
6th level, and she
Sixth
doesn't
level?
have 6th level slots
Okay.
because they don't exist for warlocks.
Yeah.
unless she uses the arcane bullshit.
well,
bullshit.
the Mystic Arcanum is a very
Yeah.
It's not a
specific
spell slot. Yeah,
and it can only be of that level.
it is a
Isn't
single
it
use
6th
of
level?
that spell. Yeah, it is.
It
Yeah,
is,
she
you
can
pick
use
from
her
the small
her
list.
6th level Mystic Arcanum to do that spell, but she can't use it to dispel.
Right. Well, it's a spell from the warlock spell list. Isn't dispel magic on the warlock spell list?
No. Your Mystic Arcanum is you learning your Mystic Arcanum, quote unquote, is you get a one-shot use of one 6th level spell that you pick when you get your Arcanum.
Yeah, from the sixth
And
level
then
spell
and it
list, you
doesn't
cannot
refresh
be of
until a
lower
long
level.
rest. And when you pick your Arcanum, it is locked into that thing forever, and you can
That's
only
true.
use it on that. It's not a spell slot.
Yeah, absolutely. But
You
it depends on
cannot
what you
select-
chose. Yeah, you choose one 6th level spell from the
Mhm.
warlock spell list, but it's a 6th level spell.
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
6th level
so you
spell.
can't
whatever
choose
her
a lower
Arcanum
level
is
spell.
would work.
You
No,
can't choose a lower level spell as your 6th
No.
level spell.
Correct. You cannot. Yes,
Damn.
that's correct.
That's more restrictive than I thought it was.
Yep.
But
It's
When did
because
you
they
get
get
this?
5th level spell slots back on a short rest.
that's true.
That's why.
true. Yeah, but like I kind of get the idea of like, well, what if you wanted to invest in a shitty 1st level spell upcasted to 6th level as your 6th level spell?
That's
seems
up to
like
you as
something
a
you should be able
DM
to
to
do.
allow.
Yeah, I probably would, but Raw
But
says you
warlocks
can't.
only upcast. The only thing they can do is upcast spells, just only up to 5th level. But that's all they can do. They can't cast a 1st level spell.
Oh, sure, but like when I say the 1st level spell is on their spell list, it means that there is a 1st level spell.
Yeah,
or
no,
a
a
3rd level
warlock
spell. I
can
should
never
say, as
upcast a
magic.
spell to 6th or higher.
Yeah.
Without some
Correct.
DM breaking the game homebrew or
Yeah.
like some
I
wish
mean, like, you
shenanigans,
know,
but otherwise no.
Like as a DM, I wouldn't necessarily be opposed of like you can choose a 3rd level or like a lower than
For your
6th
Mystic
level spell
Arcanum. But she's
as a
probably
Mystic
already
Arcanum,
picked
and
her
then it
Mystic
would be a
Arcanum.
6th level.
She
She's
has,
already
for
picked
sure.
it.
Yeah.
It's I won't.
Not dispel magic.
She has picked it.
Yeah.
The only reason I was looking through all of her spells is because I was like,
What do I do?
I assume I know which one it is. There's one called Summon Fiend that seems very Marana, but maybe I'm wrong.
do? You would be incorrect.
Wow.
Although I'm. Oh man. She has literally nothing to fight this thing.
Yeah.
That
I'm
might be a
looking-
lot of you. Consider it and think about it. And I'll leave you with that with this week's session
It's
because
the path that we chose.
It's-
That's what we're doing.
it's a path that you could choose. You've largely locked in. But remember, there are other paths. I don't want to dissuade you because it's a path that, like, realistically, I'll tell you real. If you if you fight the heralds, that's probably the path of least resistance, but that might not be necessarily the path that ends in the best result.
Right.
But it is certainly something that would slow down things and give you more time as characters to react, and thus could open things up to more dice rolls / considerations in the future.
I think
You could
Matt
essentially
would
put like
rather
a you could
TPK
yeah
than waffle for any more sessions.
it'd be more like a thing where you put a pin in it for another campaign or even future generations 100 years down the line to deal with kind of thing where it's you're good for now. It's up to you how you want to pursue it, and that's not necessarily the only way you could do it. You could kill the heralds and then go on and do more after that, but it's worth like thinking about what's doable and what's worth doing. Because yeah, I'm sure it sounds very sexy to go and kill all the eldest and make sure they're all dead and they're never going to cause a problem again. But it might be a lot more realistic to obtain a kill against the heralds and delay their progress so you have more time, and that kind of becomes the narrative. I
Fuck it.
just
Mama didn't raise no
strongly...
bitch.
Exactly. I mean, you can take it that.
I didn't have a
it's
mom
up
to
to
raise
you.
me, so she.
It's up to you.
Your
It's
mama
up
did
to you
not
what
raise
what
no
you want to do
bitch.
that. But if you take a path that seems more dangerous, just prepare harder, because it will be more dangerous.
I like. I don't want to turn down that potential buff, but also that is the most trap thing that you could ever send. I want to go, but I shouldn't.
To be fair, if like my understanding, and like don't let this impact your decision, the letter, well, this will kind of clarify that. The letter that was like your resignation from the Golden Hand, that wasn't sent, from my understanding, right? That was held on to. The other letter was sent, but the letter for the resignation was held on to.
I believe you are correct.
I think that's
But
correct.
I also was warned that if I didn't progress in my mission, it was going to be a problem.
That's true. Up to you to decide if that's what this letter means. But it has only been a few days since that last warning. But it's up to you to decide how to interpret that.
The war was like, it lasted like a few weeks, didn't it?
Oh, true. Yeah, that was before. So yeah, that has been quite a bit. You're right. That has been a few weeks plus a few days. You're right.
Yeah.
That's a good point. That's a valid concern.
So it's just like, I haven't made any progress, and I'm getting the
Absolutely.
checkup call of before you're fired.
Come here. Let me talk to you.
Hey, I'd like to have
Yeah.
a
I wanna talk.
conversation.
I just want to talk. I just want to talk. It's
Am
just
I
a
fired?
talk.
No, yes, you're
Oh,
fired.
kinda.
I want you to come down.
Frodo's here.
take the
He's been
subway
here to
all the
give
way
you
here.
your performance evaluation, etc., etc.
You know, I'll sign the contract with the demon. Fuck it. That's the same shit. I don't know. I said give me the blackest pitch that you could find. I was really hoping that that lady that came through was gonna be that, and then you show me like the most arc-light thing you could possibly decide, and I'm like, ah, fuck. Okay.
That's the blackest. Yeah. And Caden, he's not one to go all against that. Caden the card. But
Wait. That was the thing, or
that's about as black as
oh,
the individual Caden I can imagine.
Okay. Okay, so that was the. Oh fuck.
Seems like he reacted to your. I mean,
Yeah.
he answered your call. The only thing you could assume is that this is his interpretation of the blackest, whatever that means.
I
Be a
just
lot of
figured that
things.
it was like a. It's like, oh, here's this other path that you could take, or you could take Okay. No.
Seems awfully like convenient that like you message them and then suddenly
I
the
didn't
portal
think it would
opens.
happen within 10
Yeah.
seconds. I was.
Oh no, it wasn't 10 seconds. I was watching it. It was like 5 or 6 minutes because I was taking the time to like, well, how long would it take for someone to send a message spell to someone else and then like get some balls rolling? And I was like, 5 or 6 minutes in this case, and we got there. 5 or 6 minutes down the line. Yeah, but you know, again,
I burned it.
you
I took
haven't.
one left
It's important to say, you haven't made any ill moves towards the Golden Hand as of yet. Just being slow in a contract is not enough to get you assassinated or killed, or you at least you would assume, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, it's like you don't think you're gonna die going into this based on your understanding, but the message is worrying, and and you all saw the letter. It's irregular. It's written in a hasty script. It's not necessarily something that was done with much consideration or much planning based on your understanding. So, up to you
It
to
feels-
internalize that over the week.
Hmm.
It feels scary. I understand. But it's up to you to know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Not like that. I can't be like that.
It's Susamogus.
Yeah.
But it's just up to you to decide, like, what reason is Susamogus? And find a way to appropriately, like, kind of role play around that. Because obviously you have some meta knowledge here. Obviously you have some unmeta knowledge here. So it's a tricky place to be in. But I'm excited for you to play with it and see how you do. One thing I'm going to talk about. Did enjoy the approach Neffs there at the end there. Like, I do like the I always say it, and I'll say it almost every time, but I always love when characters approach each other and try to get to some like really deep role play stuff of like what's going on. So that's always some good stuff. Anyways, fun sesh. Looking forward to next week because next week's scary because like I think at this point we've spent enough time talking about it. Next week we have to make a decision. Next week we have to be like, this is what we're gonna do. We're going into it. Let's do it.
Yeah, I spent a whole session talking with it. It was just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's scary. And new information has been added this session, but it doesn't change the nature of needing to make a decision. Doesn't change the nature of like, this is dubious, this is scary, there's a lot up in the air. And I want to kind of like clarify that, hey, a lot of things are up in the air intentionally. There are a lot of things up in the air that you don't know about. There's a lot of moving pieces that you don't know about. So as players, don't feel too much pressure about how you act. As characters, feel all the pressure, if that makes sense.
It's not you that lays on the pressure.
It's not, and it's also not a bad thing, I suppose, if you guys TPK in a meaningful way. I guess that's kind of the lesson to be learned. Where it's, if you guys walk into a death that you've earned, just prepare for it. I wouldn't say, that's a fucked up way to say it. You haven't earned this. That, not to say walking into the Bandersnatch is an earned death. But if you walk into a situation you know is dangerous and it might lead to your death, prepare an obituary, I guess, kind of thing, where it's like prepare like some things to like make that death meaningful, some last words, those kind of things, because that might be the punctuation of the character, and that's unfortunate if it happens like across the board, because that's the end of the campaign. But either way, it's probably the best mentality to have going into this, because it's a deadly situation, and like. You guys have gone into deadly situations in my campaigns before, but I don't think I've like told you this much meta things before. And the reason is because like, hey, it's scary. And the double reason is like you guys in game know it's scary, and I kind of want to double that. Like the idea that your most powerful magics, the idea that your most powerful spells couldn't work on this creature is terrifying. That's something you would know inherently. For many of you, you rely on that. It's a terrifying thing to face up against, and I just want you guys to be aware of the situation. And also be aware that it's not necessarily the only option, just that there are various options ahead of you of varying difficulties and of varying results. And those results also vary based on your performance. So it's like one of those things. Like, hey, if I can get a dub killing the Heralds and it's only a slight dub, that's probably better than getting a complete L from TPKing against the Bandersnatch, whatever it may be. So there's logic there. There's logic there where it's like, only try to take up so much you can handle. But if you're confident, if you're well prepared, you can shoot for one of the riskier options, but it's up to you. It's up to all of you. And it's up to you to think about between now and next session. But next session, again, decision has to be made. So there's only like 4 out of 6 of us here for you 4. But I want you 4, at the very least, to be resolute on your decision next session. When the discussion comes up again, I want the 4 of you, at the very least, to have thought about it and be like, my character would want to do this. You can argue, you can discuss, etc., next session, but we're going to try to keep that pretty brief because we want to get into this, whatever's next, essentially, because we spent like a session or so talking about it.
I've realized
Let's
a
confirm.
slight parallel with Zeke. Zeke feels like Dracula from the Castlevania anime. It
Yeah.
almost feels like he's writing an extremely elaborate suicide note with the amount of suicide mission shit he wants to do in a row.
It's because there's nothing else to do.
I think that helps him.
You can dick around and do nothing.
And like, the
But that's not
perspective
going
of
to get him where he
Zekian,
needs to go. The
Yeah,
only thing
killing
that
the
can get him where he needs
Heralds-
to go is killing an eldest or 2 or 5.
killing the Heralds
that's what he's gonna do.
slows the Heralds. Doesn't slow the water, or doesn't affect the changes within the Feywild in the long term.
The
And I
political
suppose the same things are there.
ecosystem of the Feywild.
Yeah,
Well, the whole thing with Zeke at the moment is that basically he's only trying to stop this Ragadon thing. I think he's made it pretty apparent. He's only now trying to stop Ragadon out of an obligation to you all. But even that is waning because at the end of the day, Ragadon flooding the material plane is not his problem anymore. He's doing it for you guys because he needs you to bring down the Green Mother, he thinks. And I think he's been pretty transparent about that. I don't think it's like a subtle secret agenda. I think he's pretty like, you
No,
guys are running out of time. Like, not me. I'll just go home. And I will deal with my problem because I literally have eternity to figure it out.
Yeah. Based on the perceptions, it definitely seems that way. So like Zekian's perception is pretty locked in there. Whether or not that remains to be 100% true to like life, like if Ragadon does accomplish his plans, does it not affect the Feywild? Remains to be seen. There hasn't been a lot revealed about that,
Right.
but as of right now, the assumption is pretty based.
I've also appreciated that in these last few sessions, Nanan has become like a very strong grounding.
Absolutely.
Keeping the party grounded.
Putting your foot down much more in these pivotal moments, which is important.
Well, it seems like a big battle. A suicide mission. And Simonia's main tenet is fucking survive at all costs.
Yeah.
So this is sending up major red flags for Nanan. Like, this is a good guy. Yeah.
It absolutely is. And then, like, I'm sure there's conflict there because if there's even an inkling of Nanan that believes this could see her goals fulfilled, which is protect the lizardfolk communities by stopping Radagon, it has to be somewhat of a temptation, right? Where it's like, well, if this could actually do my goal, it's somewhat tempting, but the danger is there. The danger is certainly something you're all aware of. And it's something you guys each have to find a reason to go with or not. If a character needs to leave the party because they don't want to go with that, that's fine. Bring a temporary character or whatever else might be appropriate. Or alternatively, if a character finds that they can go with a plan, be prepared for it. That's kind of all I've. If all the characters kind of like, or if the characters find they can go for a plan, make sure each character is prepared for it. That's all I really can say without giving too much more. There's just a big DM warning essentially. Like, play carefully from this part on because any session could be the last. I guess is the best way to put it.
Like, Nanan does not want to go out kill this thing tomorrow. That sounds like a bad plan. But there's a very strong association between group and survival.
Yeah, strength in numbers, absolutely.
Yeah. So, like, she's kind of in the mind frame of, if we can do this as a team, then let's do it as a team. But,
There's strength in numbers until those numbers become more or less
0.
a herd of sheep, where there's no danger in a herd of sheep. A pack of wolves will tear them apart.
Let me just continue on to say, like, what Zeke was saying really struck a chord with her in not a good way. She read that as very much, I'm gonna do what I want. Until I want to do it, then I'm going to abandon you.
He did basically say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that'll be an interesting dynamic to play out next week.
Absolutely. And when it comes up, I think like it's a point to hit home because
That's
I
going
think
to be
Zeke's
an
gonna push that.
interesting conversation for the person that left the group. I know circumstances, but we can talk about that. Nefsis will have a ton to fucking say.
that's why it's fun, right? Where it's like it's
Don is not
a
gonna get a pass
multi
on that one. That'll be a fun conversation.
multifaceted
fair.
conversation.
That's
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So like I don't want you to shy away from that conversation because it's a really fun role
If
play moment.
nobody got me, Nefsis got me.
It's not necessarily a you thing either. It's just a
No,
Nefsis thing
Don't
almost.
take
But
this
yeah,
from me.
yeah,
If
yeah.
nobody got me, my boy got me.
Absolutely.
He could
But
be mad
like-
at me too, but no one else gets off scot-free.
Yeah. But it's important to say, Nanan, like, I love the direction of that roleplay. It's just be prepared for that conversation, essentially, because
Honestly,
Me
I
and
kinda
you
forgot
know
that
it
I
makes
had,
sense.
Pregnancy departure.
That's true. I too forget. Oh yeah, I had a kid. That's right.
It
Yeah.
was like a solid like 4 to 5 months where she was.
That's
gone.
enough time ago. I've forgotten. That's a long.
Lizards don't
that's,
have.
that's me in the
historical memory.
past. Me now. Absolutely. Totally makes sense. Totally fine. Just yeah, like
Ooh, quick
I mean,
There's
that
a
side
lot of,
way
like,
you
heavy
were quite
conversations to be
literally a
had.
child in character.
yeah,
Yeah.
it was a good reflection.
How long of a time frame was that?
Oh, like in game?
Yeah.
Multiple weeks, at least a week or two, right?
Well, how
More
long was
than that.
Nanan gone?
Yeah.
God, I think a lot longer than that.
Yeah,
Well,
it
like
went
in
from
out of
Cobram.
Shit.
It went from Cobram
Yeah,
to
yeah,
in
yeah.
the forest.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
in game that
You
was
say,
a lot of
yeah, I
time.
feel like that's a long time.
No,
It's a
in
long
game, I don't
time,
think
dude.
that was a lot of time. Out of
The
game, it's a
whole
ton of
thing,
time.
the whole thing with Nefsis's daughters, like in its entirety of the graveyard thing, the Diamond Meridian magic bubble, the whole thing with the wizard, the annoying
that happened
wizard
within
that
days of each
Opal and
other.
Zeke dealt with, the whole thing with the tears with the Green Mother and Emberwell, the whole thing with the dragonflies in the forest, the flying around fucking everywhere. Like, nah,
All
it's a
within
long
days
time.
is my understanding. Like all like from my understanding, from what I remember, is like it's all within days.
Hey.
I can confirm very easily by going
Oh, I
back
can
to
also
a session.
confirm. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
just check VODs.
because we're a SOC